Oh, it's so cute.
I've never been so happy to see you, Vince.
It's a big improvement. Gotta get to bed.
All right, great. So it's 7 o'clock. All right, so Councilman Siddiq, Councilwoman Blackwell, we need you back. And so if everyone, Councilman Siddiq, there you are. Great. So if everyone can turn on your microphones so that we can do the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, so everyone ready?
I pledge allegiance
Pledge allegiance
To the flag
to the flag
of the
United States of America,
America,
and to the
the
republic
republic
which stands
stands
one
one
nation,
one
nation,
nation under God,
liberty,
indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty and
and
justice.
justice for all.
for all.
I think we need to have like executive session to practice that. Choir specs is not kicking in quite right. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. We also need to do a moment of silence. My bad. A moment of silence for those who were lost in 9/11 and all the first responders. Thank you.
And now we can.
So at this point in time, I call the meeting to order. There we go. Councilwoman Billups, can you please give us a roll call?
Yes, Council President Wentz. Good evening, everyone, again. Councilman Tunis,
Present.
Councilwoman Billups is here. Councilman Silva,
Here,
Councilwoman Blackwell,
You have to unmute yourself.
Councilman Gwen,
Present.
Councilman Burke,
Present.
Councilman Siddiq,
Here.
Councilwoman Faralia,
Here,
Councilman Barnett, I'm sorry, is excused.
Yes, he's excused.
Councilman Wagner, and Council President Wentz,
Here.
and all present accounted for.
Great, thank you. Wonderful. All right. So next up, we have rules of decorum. Upper Darby Township Council and residents will maintain professional respect for each other. Council encourages free speech. However, civility is required, which would prohibit threats, profanity, scandalous, impertinent, and redundant comment, or any comment the discernible purpose of which is to disrupt or prevent the conduct of business of the meeting. Great. At this point in time, we are going to have the approval of our minutes. So if we can get a motion to approve committee meeting minutes for August 5th, 2020. Can we get a motion?
Motion to approve.
So,
second.
second by Lisa. I have one small correction on it. And I did send it to Alexis already. In the public comment, resident Olivia Taylor, expressed concerns on to verify that those of the mosque were following CDC COVID-19 regulations. In the way it was written up, it appeared slightly different. So I just wanted to clarify that correction that her intent was to just to verify that they are following proper protocols. That's all. Okay? Are you guys okay with that amendment to the minutes?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so, so all those in favor of approving the August 5th, 2020 minutes as amended, actually, before I do that, Solicitor Kilkenny, is that okay the way I did it, or do I need to do an official amendment?
No, it's okay how you did.
Okay, great. I just wanted to catch myself before I messed up. All right, so all those in favor of approving August 5th, 2020 minutes as amended, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name. Okay, ayes have it. Thank you. Great. Great. So next up, we have the, can we get a motion to approve minutes for the regular meeting of August 19th, 2020?
Approved.
Motion to approve.
So Lisa moved. And Danielle seconded. Great. Any questions or concerns on these minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor of approving the regular meeting minutes of August 19th, 2020, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. And Councilman Barnett is excused on all of these votes. Great. So next up, we have our public forum. So if Ms. Dobbins can come on and if everyone can mute your microphones, and except for Councilwoman Billups, because she and I are the timers. All right.
Can I ask a question? How
Yes.
many readers do we, how many people are speaking?
Allison,
7.
okay, great. Were some taken out for the other public hearing stuff that we had?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, so, and go.
Peggy Braden Wilson, 824 Drexel Avenue, Drexel Hill, PA. I was once again distressed at how a council member weaponized an event that was positive and brought members of the community together. I'm referring to the goats that were used to clean up the heavy vegetation at Gillespie Park. Mr. Wagner threw out a cost that was wildly exaggerated and had no basis in reality. Suddenly, a lot of joy was sucked out of the township. I was there shortly after the goats arrived. The vegetation was a solid wall going back a good 10 feet or more to the creek bed. It was full of invasive species and poison ivy, which a township crew would have been exposed to. The only other safe and efficient way to clear it would have been to use heavy machinery, which would have had to be rented. That would have removed the topsoil, which would then have needed to be replaced. Motor oil would have leaked into the soil and washed into the watershed and creek. By using the goats, there was no risk of soil contamination and no vegetation to be disposed of. The seeds are destroyed in the goat's digestive tract, so there is much less chance of regrowth. Plus, families and residents from all over the township enjoyed a unique opportunity to see barnyard animals right in their own community. The excitement of the children who came down to see them at work was priceless. I wish we could all pull together as a community and stop looking for ways to weaponize positive events. End of comment.
Great. Thank you. I have to agree with her comments as far as the goats were definitely a positive success. And in the conversations I had with environmentalists within our community, they confirmed that a lot of people asked about, who had to clean up the goat poop. And the answer was that it was good for the environment. It'll fertilize the ground. It'll help, take care of the soil in that area, as well as, protect the way they destroy all of the bad vegetation in that area. So I just wanted to agree with the environmental side of the positive side of the goats. Councilman Wagner, did you want to respond?
Not other than to say that if Ms. Wilson thinks that goats and their intestines and their poop are the answer to this township's problems, that's her problem.
Okay. And can we get a clarification on CAO? Can you give us a clarification on the cost of the goats?
What are you asking?
What did it cost the township for the goats to come and clear that that part of Gillespie Park?
So Councilman Wagner, if I remember correctly, asserted that the goats cost $22,000. Goats actually cost about $7,000.
Thank you. Thank you. There's a big difference in the cost, so thank you. In the difference. Great. And then, okay, next up, Ms. Dobbins. And go.
Nicholas Hoyt, 300 Edmonds Avenue. This past weekend, there was a terrific show from the community in Nailers Run Park, and hopefully this effort can be replicated in the future cleanups. Over the next 6 weeks, there are at least 5 scheduled cleanups along the Darby Creek, each one from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. 919 at Gillespie Park on North Sycamore Street in Clifton Heights, 926 at Penn Pines Park on West Providence Road in Alden, 10-3 at Idle Hour Tennis Club at 5313 Township Line Road in Drexel Hill, 1017 at Kent Park, 4001 Bridge Street in Drexel Hill, 1017 at Bloomfield Avenue along the creek. The more helpers, the cleaner the Upper Darby. On a separate note, I have reached out to a few elected officials regarding an improvement to Nailers Run Park, but I have not heard much in response. On August 31, I sent an email to Mayor Keffer, Chair of Leisure Services Councilwoman Lisa Faralia, and the 3 district council members, Tom Wagner, Danielle Blackwell, and Bob Gwynn, whose districts overlap in the park. I made the recommendation that Upper Darby replaced the dilapidated terrace steps that come out of Keystone Ave on the eastern end of the park with some more ADA compliant. I added that it could be connected as a link to the circuit trails that the DVRPC was looking to implement in conjunction with the Delaware County Planning Department. Initially, the only responses were from Councilwoman Faralia and Councilman Wagner. I followed up with a few more emails and a link to a video of the proposed trails, but still no response from anyone else. Would Councilwoman Blackwell or Councilman Gwynn be opposed to replacing those steps with something that is ADA compliant? Is there an opportunity to discuss this with the township and help improve Nailers Run Park? End of comment.
Okay. Councilman Gwynn, turn your mic on.
I did receive Nick's ideas and did contact some of the people in the Department of Recreation group from the council side to see what their interest was in doing something like that. There is an ADA path that needs to be updated, and I would probably say redone. That leads from Beverly Boulevard between 412 and 419 that goes down into the park. It's a gradual turn, but the macadam that was laid there has been abused over the multiple years of rain, etc., and use down there. But it's a less steep grade than what Nick was looking at. And it would work perfectly with the bike trails that exist, as well as going over to the ballparks in Marshall Road. Glad to talk with anybody relative to that, and also what was seen over at the other end of Nailers Run.
Great. Lisa, did you want to, because it falls into your Parks Committee.
Yeah,
Leisure Service.
I did respond to Nick, and I told him that I would look into it with everybody, and we can get a meeting together But again, it's funding and applying for grants and stuff,
Yeah.
so, but we can talk about that at a later time with him.
Okay, great, thank you. Great, okay, cool. I think anyone else want to weigh in? Councilwoman Blackwell?
I'll agree with Lisa that we'll talk with them.
Okay, great. All right, seeing no one else. Okay, Alice, Ms. Dobbins, go.
To the Upper Darby Council, my name is Brittany Welding, and I live at 7603 Parkview Road. I am writing because I am concerned about the traffic on Parkview Road. Due to its proximity to Westchester Pike, we have many vehicles driving down our road throughout the day. The issue is that many of these vehicles drive too fast and/or ignore the multiple stop signs along the street and drive right through them. There are many young children that live on Parkview Road, including 3 of my own. The traffic situation presents a danger to them as well as other drivers in the neighborhood. We need to have speed humps installed or another way to manage the speed of the vehicles or enforce the stop signs. I humbly ask you to consider this proposal for the safety of the children and all residents in Highland Park. Sincerely, Brittany. End of comment.
Great, thank you. Yes, I agree 100% with Brittany. But I know that the mayor has already talked about once we get Owen Avenue up and running, as far as their speed cushions and so forth, that we will be looking into doing the same along Parkview type of thing, checking out Parkview next. So thank you for that. Great. And then, all right, and anyone else? Okay, and Ms. Dobbins, go.
BJ Bryant, 7426 Rogers Avenue, Upper Darby, PA. Me and 2 other UDTJ members witnessed 2 Upper Darby cops get out of their car down 69th Street around 9:44 p.m. last night to kick around and destroy a homeless person's belongings and food that was placed on the ground across the street from the terminal. Not only is this inhumane, but it is further terrorizing an already vulnerable population of people that do not have much. How is this acceptable, and what is going to be done to prevent it from happening in the future? End of comment.
Thank you. I did not know about that. CAO?
First, we've heard of the incident and we're
Okay.
happy to look into it.
Thank you. Councilman Quinn?
I recommend that the individuals that are there seeing this should have reported it to the police itself by calling 911.
Rock, you want to play with the door?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Ms. Dobbins, go.
My name is Stephanie Hall Nottingham. I am a homeowner who lives at 7547 Parkview Road, Upper Darby, PA. I've lived here for 23 years. I walk my dog 2 times a day up and down Parkview Road. We walk from 7400 Parkview Road to 7700 Parkview Road. Many children play along that strip. I'm very worried that one of the many speeding drivers who also speeds through the stop signs will harm or kill someone, especially a small child, or cause a motor accident. These drivers come from Philadelphia via State Road, make a right onto Parkview Road, then speeds up those streets and through the stop signs. I'm requesting speed bumps to be placed on that strip of blocks. The speed bumps will slow down the speeding drivers and maybe save a child or car accident from occurring. Finally, I want to mention that I'm happy with Mayor Keffer and Council's handlings of enforcing property owners to keep their property maintained, BLM protesting, Back the Blue rally, and the COVID-19 pandemic. It has not gone unnoticed. Sincerely, Stephanie Hall Nottingham. End of comment.
Thank you. Thank you, resident Nottingham. Great. Hold on, sorry. So, Ms. Dobbins, go.
My name is Melissa Harris. I live at 3827 Berkeley Avenue, Drexel Hill. I was hoping by now we would have in-person meetings again. Since we aren't, I need to bring this problem to the attention of the council. Parking. I live on the 3800 block of Berkeley Ave, and parking on our street is out of hand. These homes were built in the 1940s, and back then people barely had 1 car. Now we are dealing with multi-car families. The block has 8 duplexes and as of right now, 12 rental properties. Unfortunately, the previous administrations let the rental properties get out of hand. Every time a house goes up for sale, it ends up becoming a rental. Homeowners on our street park at least one car out back and try to get another car out front, but this is becoming a problem. Most of the renters park their cars out front, taking up all the spaces. My block is bookended by Bridge Street and Vermont Road. The renters from Bridge Street park at the bottom of the street, even in the fire zones, which takes up spots. We have a resident on Vermont who built a mini parking lot behind his house for 3 cars and parks the other 2 cars on Berkeley and leaves these cars there for weeks at a time. When asked to stop, he said, our street is public parking. No, it's parking for the residents of Berkeley Ave. My solution to this problem is parking permits. Each homeowner is given 1 parking permit since you can get 1 car out back. Duplexes shouldn't be given parking permits since they have a high turnover and they can put 2 cars in the garage and 2 behind the garage. This would be financially beneficial for the township, for they would receive money from ticketing people who don't have permits. We need something done before winter comes and people start fighting over spots. Parking permits would only be needed for streets with row houses and twins that share driveways, like Woodland Ave, where Brothers Pizza is. I am suggesting Berkeley Ave be used for a pilot program to see if this would solve our problem. Thank you, Melissa Harris. End of comment.
Okay. So as to the parking permit, I mean, we do have a parking permit ordinance that is going to come forward, but not until January. I don't know if it had included Berkeley as one of its streets as a prototype, as a pilot program. So we can check into that. Mayor Keffer, did you want to weigh in on that one at all? Your mic is off. You gotta mute yourself. There you go.
No, so the residential permit parking program is something that we're going to run as a pilot program early next year. But there are a lot of neighborhoods that are, parking is just a big problem throughout the township, and we want to address it proactively. But it's going to take some time. Like, we still don't have the Owen Avenue speed humps up yet. So, but they're coming. So yes, thank you for sending your comment in.
Great, thank you. And then, Ms. Dobbins, go.
Lana Aris, 463 Lombardy Road, Drexel Hill. Dear President Wentz, I feel disappointed in your public comment on my email regarding the DCCC campus. Obviously, I made a clerical error and meant 1,000 per tree, not 1 million. I found your comment disrespectful, snippy, and rude. You did not need to humiliate me publicly. I am disappointed in your professionalism and kindly request an apology. I would not do that to you. My concern is the same as other residents on retaining as many trees as possible. My concern about free parking versus paid was never addressed. Would someone please respond as to what the final decision was on this issue and the reason why? Sincerely, Lana. End of comment. And that concludes all public comment for this evening.
Okay, so as to my comment, I didn't know that that she had made a mistake on the 1 million. I have no way to know that. So I apologize if my comment had offended you. It was not my intent. I thought that 1 million was a little extreme, but I had no way of knowing that that was a mistake on your part. So it seemed like so I apologize if I offended you in any way. That was not my intention. I was just highlighting the fact that they're giving us $1,000 per tree, which, as far as I know, in other land developments that have taken place in Upper Darby, I don't think we've ever gotten $1,000 per tree that was cut down. So so I apologize if I offended you. It was not my intent. As far as parking, paid parking within the DCC parking lot, they're going to have, that's for the DCC to figure out amongst themselves. It's not, I don't believe it's, I mean, Solicitor Kilkenny, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it's the township's place to enforce the college to have their students pay for parking. It's not really our place to request that, is it? Solicitor Kilkenny?
Yeah, it's private
So,
property.
Yeah, it's private property. Yes. I agree that it's not our place. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Ms. Dobbins, for assisting us with the public comment. At this point in time, we have the Honorable Mayor Barbara Ann Keffer.
Hi, everybody. Just wanted to talk about a few events that we have coming up this month. On Saturday, we have our Township Shred event. It's a shred and identity protection event. Residents can get their computers, laptops, and cell phones disposed of in a safe manner, as well as all their paper products. No televisions or electronics will be accepted. And the event is for township residents, so you might be asked to provide, proof of residency. We're also working with Keep Pennsylvania Beautiful and their Pick Up Pennsylvania program, which runs through November 30th. The first event was last weekend. There was a great turnout to the Nailers Run cleanup event, which is that Nailers Run is our largest parcel of open space. So it was great to see so many people out there cleaning up. I want to thank everybody who volunteered, especially Pete Leahy and the members of the Upper Darby Marine Corps League, who worked really hard this past Saturday and have been organizing cleanups in Nailers Run Park for over 25 years. State Representative Mike Zabel is hosting the cleanup also on Saturday. It's starting an hour later than the shred event. So if you want to get your stuff shredded and then head over to Gillespie Park, it's running from 10 a.m. till noon on Saturday. And another cleanup that we have is at our historic Sellers Hall. That's Saturday, October 3rd. That's from 9 a.m. till noon. Residents we can work with residents to organize a cleanup at their nearby park or playground or in their neighborhood. Please contact my office through through mayor@upperdarby.org, and we can help you get started and make sure that whatever you clean up is picked up. The deadline to complete the census is at the end of this month. This is your last chance to count until 2030. United States Representative Mary Gay Scanlon will be hosting a Census Day of Action on Saturday, September 26th, starting at noon and launching from our 69th Street playground. Our census numbers are really important, and they determine the future of our community for the next 10 years. Federal funding for our schools and our first responders, grant allocations, or our representatives in Washington, D.C. and in Harrisburg. And the census can be completed online through 2020census.gov. It's 2020.gov, or by phone at 1-844-330-2020. That's 1-844-300-2020. It's easy, it's confidential, and it's important. So let's make Upper Darby count. We are currently seeking qualified applicants for several positions within the township administration. Please visit our township website at upperdarby.org for details. And finally, we have a list of appointments that that council will be voting on and hopefully passing. The first is a motion to appoint, ringer off, Dolores Lombardi as chair of our commission. Dolores has served on the Shade Tree Commission for a number of years. She's a fantastic volunteer with a lot of knowledge and energy. And I hope that council will support her. So is there a motion to appoint Dolores?
Sure. Yes, can we get a motion to appoint?
I'm making a motion to support her, to appoint her.
Dolores
like the
Lombardi
second?
for chair of the Shade Tree Commission. So we got Councilwoman Blackwell and then Councilwoman Billups. Great. Are there any questions or concerns from council on this appointment? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. Thank you. And I agree with the mayor. Dolores is a hardcore activist, fighter for trees all the time, and she's an amazing woman. So I'm so glad to have her as chair of the Shade Tree Commission. So thank you. So go ahead, Mayor.
So thank you, council. The second appointment I'd ask you to support is for Carl Ewald from the law offices of Robert W. Scott to represent the township. And we're in a little bit of a court battle from a zoning hearing board decision from last year. And we need special representation and not just the Kilkenny firm to do this for us. So please support Carl Ewald in this court battle.
Mayor, if I'll just just explain real briefly. Because there's a validity challenge basically saying our ordinance is unconstitutional, I am going to be advising council on the hearing later, essentially acting as, you guys are the finders of the fact, so I'm going to help referee the process. Therefore, it wouldn't be appropriate if I was both referee and presenting the township's position that our ordinance is constitutional. So I recommended Bob Scott's firm, who is a well-established Delaware County municipal firm, to represent the township's interest. I believe there was a letter of engagement for $175 an hour, briefly just for this matter. I have had calls, and we had a meeting yesterday that Council President Wentz attended with myself, Mr. Ewald, Mr. Scott, and the council for the applicant.
Great. So can we get a motion to appoint Carl Ewald Esquire of the law offices of Robert W. Scott, PC, as special counsel for the curative amendment process regarding 359 Owen Ave?
I'd like to make a motion.
Okay, so Councilman Quinn, Bob, or Councilman Siddiq, were you seconding it?
Seconded, yeah.
Great. Are there any questions or concerns on this appointment? Councilman Siddiq?
This is for particular one case for this law firm, or how they getting hired?
Yes, it's specifically for a
Just
hearing
for
that's,
just for tonight and the follow-up for tonight. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
yep. Okay, so anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it, and Councilman Bonnet is excused. Great. Go ahead, Mayor.
So the third appointment for tonight, which is on the agenda, is a very important one. We started our search for a new fire chief the end of April, and after several panels and the search that we did, I'm happy to put forth to council a vote for Derek Sawyer, who stands out as an excellent choice to become our next fire chief. We had over 25 candidates, all of whom were well qualified to apply for this position. Mr. Sawyer brings an abundance of experience working and leading various divisions and departments within the Philadelphia Fire Department and also with the Trenton Fire Department. Mr. Sawyer's resume has been circulated to council members, and he has also met with council leadership and the co-chairs of the Public Safety Committee after having interviewed with our Human Relations Coordinator and myself, CAO Vince Rangioni, and he, including other finalists who were interviewed in front of a panel, which did not include myself or the CAO, but included people who were part of the former administration. And all in all, I could not be happier to recommend Mr. Derek Sawyer for a vote before council. But before it goes for a vote, I would like our CAO to also to weigh in on this.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. It's we are extremely fortunate to have a candidate of Mr. Sawyer's resume and experience. As the mayor said, we did receive dozens of applications from all over the country. We interviewed people from Minnesota and New Jersey, all over the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So we did receive a lot of outstanding applicants, including from here in Delaware County and Upper Darby. And it was a multiple round process that included a lot of folks. And yeah, we're just incredibly fortunate that that Derek Sawyer was available and interested, and he expressed not only extreme technical competence in firefighting, but also a wealth of knowledge and experience as an administrator, and very strong interest in becoming a public fixture and part of the community in Upper Darby Township. So yeah, we're very excited about this appointment.
I'd like to make that motion to appoint Chief Sawyer.
Second.
Council, wait.
I just, before we
No,
vote.
no, we can't. You can't. Wait, let's get
No,
to
I'm
the
just
moving.
saying in support. I just want to say something in
No,
support.
I know, but not yet.
Okay.
Not yet as council. It's not your turn yet. So Councilman Burke moved it. And then Councilwoman Billups,
Blackwell.
Blackwell, sorry,
Okay.
seconded. And now Councilwoman Billups, you had something to say. Go
Yeah,
for
I
it.
just wanted to say something in support of him. That's all.
Yeah, we had to move and second it before you could do that.
Okay,
That's
thank you. Thank you, Council President Wentz. Thank you. So also in support of Derek Sawyer, I met with him also, not separately, but as part of leadership in council. I think he brings strong leadership and administration skills and organizational skills. So I'm happy to support him. So that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Great. Councilman Wagner.
Just have a question. I have no opposition to this appointment, but I'm curious to know if Chief Sawyer either does now or will live in Upper Darby Township.
He does not now live in Upper Darby Township, and we did ask him about his availability and interest and willingness to be again a strong public presence in the community and a public figure in the community, and he expressed eagerness to do that. We did not ask him for a commitment to move to the township, as there is no requirement, but we did ask all the applicants about their willingness to commit to being very public facing and active in the community, and he did express that.
I appreciate that, but I'm just not clear, Vince, on your answer. Does that mean that you expect that he will be moving into the township, even if it's not a commitment?
I wouldn't be surprised if he moved into the township, but I guess what I'm saying is we didn't specifically ask him if he would be moving into the town.
Well, what's your expectation?
I guess I don't have a clear expectation. I know he is currently renting his house. I mean, I think there's every opportunity for him to potentially move in. But again, we didn't ask with specificity, so I wouldn't say that I have an expectation. I do have an expectation that he will be very public and very present in the community in general. But as far as his, residence, we didn't ask with specificity.
So we just don't know.
Yeah, yes.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment.
Yes, please.
Very, very quickly. We are trying to find people that want to work in our township, and we are trying to look for the most qualified people. We don't have a residency requirement. We can go through the fire department, deputy chiefs, and see who lives here and who doesn't. I don't question their commitment. The current people that work in our fire department that may or may not live here, I don't question it. I believe in general that people have a work ethic, and it does not matter where they live versus where they work. So, you know, Mr. Sawyer does not live here currently. If he chooses to live here, great. I believe he'll do a great job for us no matter where he lives, as I believe for anybody else that I recommend for an appointment or that we hire in the administration. So I'll say that.
Thank you. Councilman Tunis?
Yeah, I would just like to voice my support of Mr. Sawyer. Just his resume is extremely impressive, from his education background, the diverse from the safety courses to the public governance. I also think that his just like Upper Darby is bigger than a lot of cities in Pennsylvania. So I believe that his experience, as well as our current fire department, we have some of the most talented men currently in our fire department. With his leadership and their skills and how equipped they are, I think it's going to be great for Upper Darby, bringing it together. And I'm hoping that we can appoint him tonight. And I think it's going to be great for Upper Darby first, and it's going to be great for the fire department.
Great, thank you. Councilman, I see your hand, Councilman Wagner. I just have to check on other council members. Councilman Silva, did you want to weigh in?
Yes, thanks, Council President Wentz. Well, actually, I had a point of order to the line of questioning before from my colleague.
I'm sorry, I missed
There is
that.
no residency requirement as of last August, though I'm not sure. I'm sorry, the previous August. So I'm not sure how it's relevant where Mr. Sawyer chooses to live, as long as he's available to perform the duties of his job. And I did manage to speak to Mr. Sawyer via his, he provided his cell phone number on his resume. And I do believe also that he will be an excellent addition to our fire department. I think he has a lot of, not only his experience as a firefighter, but also his experience with sprinklers and his experience with, will help with the program that we're doing as far as fire inspections. I think that's very critical, and I look forward to him being part of the team, hopefully, if he does well tonight.
Great. I just wanted to weigh in. Also, when I spoke to him, he did talk about a couple of key things about reaching out to community leaders and touching base with them on the important issues in their neighborhoods and communities. He also talked about the importance of making sure every building and household in our township has smoke detectors. And I found that to be very important for our community as well. There's a lot of houses and buildings like the VFW, Archer Epler VFW, that doesn't have proper smoke detectors. And it's also being used as a housing of museum exhibits as well. So we want to make sure that all of our buildings have smoke detectors in them and so forth. So I was very impressed with our conversation with him, his resume. I think he will be a great asset for our community and will help to bring everyone together and make magic happen. So Councilman Wagner, I believe you are next in line. Before I go to Councilman Wagner, I'm sorry, did anyone else want to speak on this appointment? Nope. Okay, Councilman Wagner, sorry. Oh, wait, Bob Gwynn. Sorry, wait, Councilman. Go ahead, Bob.
Very, very simply, he was a good individual, excellent credentials and resume, and I look forward to having him work in our township. Bye-bye.
Great. Thank you. Councilman Wagner, I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Not at all. Thank you. Just briefly, I appreciated the CAO's response to my questions. But I have to say that I found the tone, if not the content, of the mayor's rejoinder to that almost to suggest that I shouldn't be asking those questions. Well, I'll ask what I think I need to ask on behalf of the people that I represent. And I hope you know me well enough by now to know that you're not going to discourage me from doing so. Thank you.
Okay, great. So, sorry, I was just taking notes. Okay, so all those in favor of the appointment of Derek Sawyer for fire chief, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead, Mayor.
Thank you, council, for all your votes so far. The last appointment I'd like to make is for our labor council. That's the firm Campbell Durant. And CAO Rongioni, if you could speak to this more in depth, that would be great. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So labor and employment is a specialized area of the law that the law firm Campbell Durant has been practicing in. John McLaughlin is the lead partner on the letter of engagement. He's a Upper Darby Township, Drexel Hill neighborhood resident. He's been practicing in this area for over 30 years, representing both private sector employers, but primarily
You froze.
arbitrator times for other municipalities in contract negotiations with police and firefighter unions, as well as other public sector unions, including our TWU and AFSCME and others. Oh, sorry. Do you have me?
Yeah, you froze, and then we heard most of what you said. It was elongated. So,
We heard it. Yeah.
But we did hear you. Yeah.
Sounded funny.
And we have the other firms that we spoke with were some of the more known kind of center city law firms, and their hourly rates were in some cases as much as twice as much. So Campbell Durant is an excellent value for the township with unmatched experience in public sector employment law, and a Drexel Hill resident.
Great.
And just real quickly, Council President Wentz, I remember you, I know Campbell Durant has been serving as counsel for since January, essentially. And I know you had asked me for my opinion, should they be officially appointed? And I know I opined yes, because the way the solicitor provision structured in the charter, it contemplates kind of one person actually acting as solicitor for everything. I am not one person, I'm not one firm. And I've worked with John McLaughlin and his partner, Pat Harvey, in many, many places. Actually bought their practice from Ballard Spahr many years ago to their own firm. And although I dabble in labor and employment law and have negotiated collective bargaining agreements and arbitrations, I don't call myself an expert. And I think the township is well served for having special counsel in this area, because if you look at your budget, which is coming up, a lot of it relates to commitments to collective bargaining agreements. And Campbell Durant is well versed in this area, has a relationship with arbitrators, not to disparage myself or any general practice firm, but this is one of the areas I think it's well worth the money to get an expert in.
Great, thank you. So at this point in time, can we get a motion to appoint Campbell Durant, PC, as Labor Counsel?
So moved.
I'd like to make a motion.
Councilman Silva moved and Councilman Gwynn seconded. Are there any questions or concerns on this appointment? Councilman Wagner?
I have a question. It's my understanding that the Campbell Durant firm and Mr. McLaughlin were actually already representing the township or elements of the township, and in particular, even this council previously in litigation. And I'm wondering why we were not asked to approve their appointment before that happened.
Councilman Wagner, excellent question. So I was asked that recently about a month ago by Council President Wentz, and there, under the charter, the mayor has the ability to make contracts. doesn't, and it's very, very broad. And I was asked specifically on this advice, and in abundance of caution, I opined, because it falls under solicitor kind of duties, representing the township, that we should go ahead and appoint them along with, you would appoint me, meaning the mayor would recommend and council would act. Probably that should have been done in January. It is what it is. They did it under the professional services provision in the contract. But my recommendation was under an abundance of caution, especially as we're getting into potential, I wanted to button this up in relation to any kind of CBA negotiations, that there would be any question that they were officially appointed. So when I asked that, I offered that opinion.
If I may follow up on that, Mr. Kilkenny, I'm not questioning your recommendations at all or your advice here. As we discussed at a previous council meeting, though, not only was the township sued, actually this council was sued and then represented by the Campbell Durant firm when we didn't even know it. At least I certainly didn't know it. And I have to say, I was very disturbed by that at the time. Because I didn't know what positions they were asserting on our behalf in court and so on. So I was frankly surprised that no one from that law firm contacted me as a member of council or the other members of council.
Fix it nicely.
And
sorry, Councilman Wagner. Sorry, Councilman Wagner, I'm sorry. If you're not Councilman Wagner, please mute your microphones. For some reason, I'm not able to mute you. I would have muted Councilman Siddiq prior while you were talking, Councilman Wagner, but the background noise was overpowering you. So please, administration, please give me power as a co-host of this meeting. And council members, please mute yourselves at this point in time so that Councilman Wagner is not disturbed by background noise. Thank you. Please continue. I'm sorry, I did not mean to be disrespectful. I just wanted the noise to stop.
No worries. Thank you very much. And I'm just about finished. I'm not questioning anybody's credentials or qualifications here. I'm not questioning your recommendations here, Mr. Kilkenny. I was very disturbed though by what happened in that instance. I didn't think it should have happened, and that troubles me in connection with this this appointment now. That's all.
Oh, thank you very much, Council Wagner. I know we spoke privately at the time, and I made sure so long as I'm involved, and I know we talked to the CEO, we'll make sure something like that does not happen again, and council is aware when they are sued.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the appointment of Campbell Durant as Labor Counsel, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name.
Tom Wagner, no.
No.
So Lisa, no, and Tom, no. And Don is excused. And everyone else is a yes. Great, thank you. So the motion is passed. Eight yes and 2 no and 1 excused. Okay. Okay, so thank you, everyone. So next up, we have my report. I just want to thank everyone for coming out for the cleanups, for our sanitation workers for all their hard work, and all of our township employees for everything that they do to keep our township moving. Thank you to all of our residents who reach out and let us know what's going on in our community, as well as volunteer for the township. And everyone who comes out to volunteer for the food share program on Wednesdays and Saturdays at both the municipal building and the 69th Street Recreational Center. You all do an awesome job, and I really appreciate all of the work that you're doing to help us take care of our residents in our community. So thank you very much. Next up, we have committee reports. Finance Committee and Appropriations Committee co-chairs Councilman Gwynn and Councilman Silva, members Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Burke. Up next, we have the treasurer's report by Treasurer David Heyman. So David Heyman, you're on. I should have texted you earlier to give you a heads up, but I know you're listening.
Oh, I'm here. Thank you very much, Council President Wentz. Hello, everybody. Got the treasurer's report for you, and we passed that out earlier today. I accidentally attached the July report to the back of my summary, so you've got the July and the August. So here's the reconciliation. Here's the report for August. So again, just a reminder to everybody that the original budget was $82,305,280. That was the original budget. Then things happened, and our actual revenue, I anticipate our actual revenue through this year to be about, I've got just short of 85 million at 84,965,514. That's the anticipation. The expenses I anticipate at this point at 88,695,568. So it's about 3.72 million of expenses less the revenues that are going to be collected. In August, we had a big expense month because quarterly insurance premiums for the police department, the fire department were due, and that kind of you'll notice on, if you're watching these things on the quarters, we have big expenditures because of these health insurance premiums, and the police alone was $2.3 million. So we had an expenditure month of 9.885,364. With revenues of 1.7, and that stands to reason because in our government, where we collect a lot of our revenue up front earlier in the year, we've collected about 73% of our revenue. So there's only about 30% left. Yet the expenditures are still going to be coming in. So they're in government, the revenues don't match the expenditures like they would in a business. So given that projection, I think we're going to be over about 3.7 million. So let's see here. So the average monthly revenue through the end of the year is about 4.49 against spending at 5.8. So a total spending over the budget of about 5.486. Let's see. I'm looking at us collecting about 17.9 million through the rest of the year with expenditures of 35 million through the rest of the year. The bank reserves, interestingly enough, and I have to look at this a little more closely because what we've done is I'm working with the new finance director to get me better bank account numbers. Gary, I'm very impressed by this guy. He's a sharp guy. I don't know where we found him, but he's terrific, and he's really working hard on cleaning up some of these numbers, making them a little more reliable than they have been in the past. And so the bank reserves look a lot lower this year because of the way that they've restated them. They're basically reconciled now, and they don't have outstanding checks that the bank numbers. So we've got about we got about 26 million in the bank reserves. That's good. We ended last calendar year with just over $6 million. I think it seems a little counterintuitive, and I have to do a little more digging into these numbers, but it looks to me like we could end up at the end of the year with about 9 million in reserves. And I know that seems counterintuitive to the spending numbers. And I gotta take a deeper look into those restated bank account numbers now, but we're still looking fine. Everything's okay. No need to flee the township. That's it. That's all I got.
Great, thank you. Council, I did email his report to you this afternoon. I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to send you a text letting you know to check your email. So I did send that to you. Can I get a motion to approve the treasurer's report?
Motion to approve.
And a
Second.
So Michelle Billups and Sadiq as second. Sadiq and Councilwoman Blackwell were tied for second, so I'm going to give it to Sadiq this time. Are there any questions or concerns on the treasurer's report? Councilman Sadiq.
I really would like to thank Mr. David, this is the first time in 5 years in my council, I'm getting all these report details about the income, expenditure, and expected revenue to come. So David, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Great. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor in approving the treasurer's report, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. And Councilman Bonnet is excused. So thank you for passing the report. Excused. Okay, great. Thank you, Treasurer Heyman. We will see you next time around. Okay, so up next. Up next is, can we get a reading from Solicitor Richardson for Resolution 40-20?
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, President Wentz. This is a resolution of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, authorizing the submission of the application for funding from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of Economic Development and Commonwealth Financing Authority Multimodal Transportation Fund for the purpose of improving pedestrian connectivity and placing a sidewalk at Market Street and Powell Lane. The Upper Darby Township is desirous of obtaining funds from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania's Office of Budget in the amount of $1 million for the construction of a needed sidewalk for pedestrian safety and the ease of use. The township does not currently have an established sidewalk or safe pedestrian walkway at Market Street and Powell Lane. Now therefore be it and hereby resolved by the Upper Darby Township Council, and it is hereby adopted and resolved by the authority of the same as follows. The township is hereby authorized to apply for, execute, and submit a grant application to the Pennsylvania Office of the Budget for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Department of Economic Development and Commonwealth Financing Authority Multimodal Transportation Fund, and if successful, to accept the grant funds to be used for the project as detailed in the grant application. The township is authorized to provide such assurances, certificates, and supplemental data or revised data that may be requested in connection with the application. So ends the reading of the resolution, Madam President.
Great, thank you very much. Can we get a motion to pass Resolution 40-20?
Motion to approve.
Oh, great.
I would like to second that.
And Matt Silva, Councilman Silva is a second. Are there any questions, concern? I would think that Councilman Siddiq, this has been your an issue that you've brought to council for, I feel like, at least a year or two or a year and a half. Would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, sure. Yes, I would like. First, I would like to thank our Honorable Mayor and CAO for this project, top over. And I would like to thank this last Saturday, all the council members, everybody was present there. And I did talk with Miss Miller, and she is happy about it. And as I mentioned last time, that the Kenny Beverage, the beer distributor store, they already put the pole. So there's no car passing through. Due to that one, she is very happy. And she was looking for this resolution, which is going to pass tonight. So I'm going to relay this message to her. I'm going to personally meet with her and give her this message. And she'll be happy about it. And I really looking forward to work with the township and resolve this issue. It's a long time, it's a lingering issue, the Powell Lane and Market Street. So again, thank you so much, all the administration and whoever working behind this one to done this project.
Great, thank you. Councilman Gwynn?
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. I just wanted to check my mic was on. I too have worked with Sadiq on this for a while. We're very happy to get it going. I appreciate too if we can send copies of this to the state representatives to see if they can help get support with this. I am interested in finding out with these type of resolutions, many times there is a requirement of contribution by the township, what that might be. If Vince has any information regarding it or anybody else.
Actually, I think the township engineer, Mike Galante, might be on here. I'm not sure that the multimodal program requires a matching contribution from the township, but I will certainly look into it for you. I do think that this project is really important and
I agree.
emblematic of the sort of direction and responsiveness that the mayor is trying to institute in Upper Darby Township. In some ways it seems simple. Oh, why don't you just put in a handicap ramp? But it's actually quite involved. And it's a very expensive project. So it's taken a lot of effort on the part of the mayor and myself and the township engineer and the council people to get it going. And we wish we could do it sooner, but we're glad that the township now has the resolve and capacity to take on projects like this and solve these problems for residents.
Great. Mr. Galante, could you weigh in on this? You need to turn your microphone on. You need to turn your mic. There you go.
Yep, I'm here. Yep, I heard my name mentioned. I think we're talking about Powell Road multimodal. Yes. I think Vince. Yep.
Sorry, the question was, is there a fee? Like, how much does the township have to put out in order to get the grant?
Multimodal is typically a 15% match. Depending on if it's PennDOT multimodal or CFA. CFA is 15%. PennDOT multimodal is typically just you have to pay for the engineering cost, and then the grant pays for the rest. I believe we're going for CFA, working with Bellevue Strategies on that grant application. But Powell Road is it's an atypical situation as it comes to pedestrian and traffic and driveways and handicap ramps. There's a lot of moving parts on that roadway, which, makes the design much more difficult. And it also is going to require some coordination with the local businesses as far as how their operation is going to work post-construction so that we can have a nice harmony between pedestrian and traffic circulation and ADA accessibility.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mike.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions and concerns on this resolution? Okay, seeing none. Councilman Siddiq? Go
Yes,
ahead.
I forgot to mention that across the street from Powerland, the Melbourne side, the shopping center is coming. It's going to be very, very busy. And I believe we can add Melbourne Borough. They can share with us some expenses because the revenue coming from the shopping center goes to Melbourne. So it will not come to Upper Darby. So we can contact in our, Mr. Glante can talk with Melbourne Borough, or someone can talk with them. They can share with us with the expenses because both Melbourne and Upper Darby, both people will use that ramp.
Thank you, that's a good idea. We'll check into it. Great, anyone else? Okay, so council members, turn your microphones back on. All those in favor of resolution 40-20, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name.
Aye.
So everyone's in favor. Thank you very much. Great. So next up we have is, I'm just trying to grab my paperwork. Okay, so next up is, sorry, I just have a lot of paperwork. Budget schedule. So I worked with Mayor Keffer and CEO Rangione and solicitors and our leadership on setting a set schedule for the fall for our budget meetings and everything, to just make sure that one, we're advertising everything correctly, that we have all the meetings lined up in the right sequence so that we are in compliance with our home rule charter and administrative code. I found that the two of them actually contradict themselves on one thing. So we're going with the 90 days process versus the 60 days because it's a longer process. So we're making sure we're covering all the bases. So as a result, we're looking at I just want to talk through it a little bit before I make the motion to advertise. Just wanted to let you know what we were thinking about, okay? So we're looking at the Mayor Keffer giving her 2020 budget address on October 7th with on October 21st, we would do our first public hearing during the 21st of October's meeting. I think we'll probably have to close out our meeting and then have the budget hearing meeting, but we'll fine tune that as we get closer. On November 11th, we will have, Mayor Keffer will have an opportunity to give a second budget address if there's anything that had changed or she wanted to give us more information on anything that had happened during the month of October. She has an opportunity to do. I see Councilman Tunis, just give me a second to get through this, okay? She will have a second opportunity to give a presentation on November 11th. We did move the November 4th meeting to November 11th so that we weren't having a council meeting the day after the election. Just for that clarification, we did approve that this summer. And then on November 18th, we would have the second budget hearing for 2021's budget, and then a vote on the budget as well. And then on December 2nd, we would introduce the 2021 millage ordinance, and we would be approving it on the 16th of December. We do have meetings on December 9th and October 14th. They are left there for anything that comes up. We've actually have a couple things that have come up already that will be done during those meetings. We're intentionally not doing any ordinances like the parking ordinance or anything like that. We're focusing the fall on budget related stuff. If any emergency grants come up, we're going to have that room to be able to pass those grants, but so that we can really focus our energies on the budget itself. So I just wanted to let you guys know that that was our plan. So are you guys cool with that concept? Councilman Tunis?
I just want to clarify what we're making a motion on, because I heard a lot of dates.
I haven't made the motion yet. I haven't made
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You referenced November 11th. What date is that? Like, what's happening? It's not on the agenda. That's why I'm asking.
Because I was going through all of the dates of our meetings in the fall.
Okay. So the ones that
aren't part of the motion, I was just letting you know things that would be happening during them. I will send out that list to you guys. I didn't get a chance to send it out before the meeting.
Okay, so just so like everyone's clear,
right?
It's the dates that we're going to be voting to make a motion for is October 7th, 21st, and November 18th, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I was just giving you some filler information for what we were doing on those other dates. Okay. So if we can get a motion to advertise Mayor Keffer's 2021 budget address for October 7th, the first public budget hearing for October 21st, and the second budget hearing for November 18th, 2020. Can we get a motion?
So motion.
Second.
So are there any questions and concerns on these dates? Or the motion to advertise, really? Or anything? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of the motion to advertise these dates, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. Thank you. We will make the advertisement, and I will send you the information of the other dates, what we plan on doing on those days as well. Okay.
Council President Wentz?
Yes.
November 11th, I don't know if you know, that's Veterans Day.
Yeah. Always has been.
Isn't that, but it's on Wednesday.
It is, but it's still Veterans Day. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I just pointing it out.
Thank you. we'll make sure to honor veterans on Veterans Day. Okay? Because we did approve that date in a previous meeting as a date for a council meeting.
Pointing it out.
Okay, thank you for that, pointing that out. Okay. So next up, we have Solicitor Richardson to give us a brief on Resolution 4120. I believe you sent us all during the meeting, sent us an updated version of this resolution. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I didn't get a chance to print it out, but if you can give us a reading.
Thank you. Thank you, President Wentz. This is a resolution of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, acknowledging the funding requirements for the Upper Darby Township Police Pension Plan, Firefighters Pension Plan, and Municipal Employees Pension Plan, making provisions for payment of these costs as part of the Upper Darby Township budget for fiscal year 2021, repealing all inconsistent resolutions and parts thereof, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date. Whereas Pennsylvania's Act 205 of 1984 created the Minimum Municipal Obligation, MMO, a statutorily mandated actuarial funding standard for pension obligations, which the township is required to calculate and pay every year. Whereas the financial obligation of each pension plan and the minimum obligation of the township with respect to the pension plan with the appropriate documenting detail shall be submitted to the governing body of the township on or before the last day of September. Whereas the township shall provide for the full amount of the minimum obligation of the township in its annual budget, and now therefore be it resolved by the Upper Darby Township Council that the minimum municipal obligation for the 2021 police, fire, and municipal employees pension plans shall be budgeted in fiscal year 2021 as follows. The Upper Darby Police Pension Plan for $4,514,170. Upper Darby Firefighters Pension Plan, $2,543,984. Upper Darby Municipal Employees Pension Plan, $1,011,210. Repealer and severability clause and effective date immediately. So ends the reading of the resolution.
Thank you. Okay, can we get a motion to approve resolution
Yeah, I'd like to make that motion.
4120? Councilman Silva and Gwynn. Okay, are there any questions or concerns? So the big change was in the
Police
pension plan numbers. So that it was higher than what you had on the original. So are there any questions and concerns from council on this resolution? I personally want to thank the mayor for bringing this to us. I don't recall ever being in a situation to approve a resolution like this on the previous years I've been on council. So I greatly appreciate you bringing this to us. Mayor Gifford, did you want to say a few words?
Just really quickly, it'll kind of jumpstart the whole budget season, right? These are obligations that we have to have. The numbers are determined by actuaries per, I don't know if it's Act 205 or 602 or something like that. So it's good. We're moving forward. More things are out in the open, and that's great. So thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Gwynn?
I was just going to say, these are the minimum requirements that we're required to pay up. So we have to do it. It's not a case of we wish we could have to pay less, but this is what's the minimum required based on the actuarial analysis.
Right.
Yeah. Yes. And just like Council President Wentz said, this is the first time that these minimum requirements have been voted on or will be voted on by council, right? Resolution. So that's the thing that Laura talking about. It's not like that we've never minimally funded our pensions. I'm not saying that at all. So I think we've always done that. This is just something new. It's a formality. Every other municipality does it. So
Great, thank you.
thanks.
All right, great. So any other questions or comments from council members? Okay, Councilman
Just one.
Gwynn?
When
Go
will the
ahead.
funds be going out?
When do the funds go out?
They have to be paid by the end of this year, so December 31st.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of passing resolution 41-20, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, say your name.
Tom Wagner, no.
Okay. Wagner is a no. Everyone else is a yes. And Laura is a yes, so, and Councilman Barnett is excused. So that is 9 yes.
9-1.
Yep, 9 yes, 1 no, and 1 excused. Great. So next up, we have Law and Government Rules and Procedures Committee, co-chairs Councilwoman Billups and Councilman Silva, members Councilwoman Blackwell and Councilman Siddiq. If Solicitor Richardson could please give us a reading of the resolution 35-20.
Thank you, President Wentz. This is a resolution of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in support of the United States Postal Service. Whereas Article 1, Section 8 of the United States Constitution mandates the establishments of post offices. Postal Service in the United States was established as early as 1775 and as the United States Postal Service in 1970. Thousands of large businesses, over 30 million small businesses, and residents of the United States, including those of Upper Darby Township, rely on USPS for the delivery of communications, news, and products inter alia. And the USPS is one of the largest employers in the country with about 500,000 employees. If forced out of business, the loss of these jobs would drastically increase the unemployment rolls and further burden the overstressed state unemployment systems. Whereas Upper Darby Township relies on USPS for delivering of news, the township, tax bills, and other official business to its residents, and for receipt of tax payments, as well as absentee and mail-in ballots, which are especially important during this pandemic. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Upper Darby Township Council does hereby urge the United States Congress and the President of the United States to adequately fund the United States Postal Service so that it can freely and efficiently carry out its mandated constitutional duties. And be it further resolved that we call upon all those elected officials in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, as well as the President of the United States, who represent the residents of Upper Darby Township, to publicly announce their support of the continuation and adequate funding of the United States Postal Service, and that a copy of this resolution be delivered to each of them. President Donald J. Trump, United States Senator Bob Casey, United States Senator Pat Toomey, United States Representative Mary Gay Scanlon. So ends the reading of the resolution.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve resolution 35-20?
So moved.
Gwynn and Councilwoman Blackwell. Great. Are there any questions or concerns on this resolution? Okay, Councilman Wagner.
I just would ask the proponents of this measure to tell us why it is that we're doing this. I mean, we as the town council have no authority whatsoever with respect to the United States Postal Service. And don't get me wrong, I love the post office. I really do. But we could come up with a very long list of similar organizations that we'd love to express our support for, but we have nothing to do with their existence or non-existence. So why are we doing this? Why are we spending our time on this? Could someone just explain that to me?
Sure. The Postal Service is one of the largest employees throughout the country. Many of our residents of Upper Darby are employees of the Postal Service itself. Majority of our residents receive the mail, and many receive medicines and necessary goods for them to survive on, especially through COVID-19. So it's a way that we can support our residents on supporting their jobs, supporting their ways they get their medicine, supporting the ways that they function in their day-to-day life. As we've seen the attempts to defund the Postal Service, it has a negative impact on our community and all the residents in our community if the Postal Service gets defunded in any way. The fact that the machines that are used to sort the mail were taken out of the post offices, which means a lot of people have seen a decrease in their mail. They're not getting all of their mail because a lot of their mail is sitting in boxes in the Postal Service realm. By those types of actions being taken place, it is harmful to our residents. And by us passing this resolution and showing our support for proper funding of the Postal Service, then we are thusly protecting our residents and showing our solidarity with those who are those workers. And so therefore, that is why this resolution is before council to show our support. Is there anyone else who wanted to add to that?
I had my hand raised.
Sorry, Councilman Silva, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm not a
you know-
host. They haven't made me a host yet, so I can't see the hands that are raised and I can't mute the people who are speaking, who shouldn't be speaking. So until I become a host, I can't.
Okay. Thanks, Council President Wentz. It bears to me a resemblance to the 15-mile-an-hour resolutions that we often have before council that appear to be unenforceable, but it's just something that we as council vote on to just show our support of people observing a slower speed while driving through a residential neighborhood. While we have no power to maintain the post office or prevent it from being unfunded, or we don't have any power to what most recently we voted to ask that the legislature doesn't gerrymander. We have no authority in that. We have no authority to make people drive 15 miles an hour, but we vote because we want to show our support. And I believe, I hope that answers the spirit of my colleague's question. Thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Okay. So, sorry, I lost my place. So all those in favor of passing resolution 35-20, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed,
Aye.
say your name.
Wagner, I abstain.
Wagner, you abstain. Great. And Bonnet is excused. And everyone else is an aye. So that is 9 yes, 1 abstain, and 1 excused. So the resolution passes. Great. So at this point in time, can we get Solicitor Kilkenny to give us an introduction of ordinance number 3082?
And this is the codification ordinance?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, hold on a second. Yes, the codification ordinance in front of you, I'm going to give a little context first before I go ahead and read the ordinance. So what you have before you, our home rule charter actually require codification is something most municipalities do actually every 10 years. And what it is a process where all the ordinances are consolidated together and put online. So they're easily found and everyone understands exactly what we're dealing with as far as the laws of Upper Darby Township. It's actually a mandate in our charter that has been sitting there for 40 years that has never been done. Since January, I've gotten together my office, the mayor, the police chief, Scott Alberts, who has done a lot of the work, the CAO, on consolidating this all, have worked with General Code Company to get a codification. So what we did is essentially got all the ordinances from Upper Darby, consolidated them, sent them to General Code, essentially asked them to organize them. So once that's done, there's a process set up specifically in the first class township code. And obviously it doesn't, other than the charter says we shall codify, but it doesn't say exactly how you should do it. But the first class township code, which is the form of government Upper Darby was before it became home rule and is a fallback under our charter for all legal procedures, has a specific procedure on how codification will be done. And I'm going to actually read the code adoption checklist right now so everyone kind of understands what's coming. So there will be approval of a code and proposed code adoption ordinance by the township solicitor. We've reviewed it. Introduction of the proposed codification and proposed code adoption ordinance by the governing body at least 30 days prior to the date selected for the final enactment. So there'll be a significant public review period. There will be an advertisement in our newspaper and opportunity for someone to contact the CAO or Alexis to get a hard copy of the ordinance, make an appointment to get a hard copy of the ordinance if they want to review it. There'll be publication of the notice of introduction of the proposed code adoption ordinance at least 15 days prior to the proposed date of final enactment. The notice we provide will contain a brief summary of the proposed ordinance, including the code table of contents and reference to a location where the copy of the ordinance may be examined, as I referenced. A copy of that proposed code adoption ordinance will also be supplied to our newspaper, and a attested copy shall be sent to the Delaware County Law Library. At the time of the notification of introduction of the proposed code adoption ordinance is published, at least one copy of the proposed code and proposed code adoption ordinance will be on file, both with the CAO, and we'll make sure Alexis has a copy as well. Certain types of legislation amended or adopted through the proposed code may be subject to special review and enactment procedures under state law, such as the MPC for subdivision, land development, and zoning regulations, and LERTA, or the Local Tax Enabling Act for taxation ordinances. We reviewed them. They were properly ordained already, so we don't think there needs to be further advertisement of those specific ordinances. Final enactment of legislation by the governing body. A separate vote to adopt shall be taken on the code adoption ordinance, and it'll be assigned an ordinance number. Publication of the adoption of the ordinance after the new legislation has been adopted, and then certification of the township secretary of the official file copy of the code and recording of the code adoption ordinance and the ordinance book within 1 month after final passage, and send it as an adopted copy of the new legislation to General Code for incorporation of the code. And why this is really beneficial is most townships actually have all of their ordinances online. So when I am looking up the township's ordinances, and say you're an Upper Darby resident or someone that wants to do business in Upper Darby, or perhaps submit a zoning application, they would just go to the General Code website, and pretty much most of the municipalities in the Commonwealth codes are on there. So the Upper Darby will be on there in an ability for people to search it and for council to search it, very easily 24/7, so long as they have some kind of internet access. And if they don't, they can make an appointment at the township to go ahead and review it. So this will definitely help. It will help clear up any conflicts that Upper Darby has with its ordinances. So rather than Alexis going back in the vault and trying to find ordinances from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they'll all be searchable and they'll be there online. So I'm going to go ahead and then summarize and read the proposed code adoption ordinance. Kind of lengthy, so excuse me a little bit here. So, Township of Upper Darby, Delaware County, or an ordinance to approve and adopt and enact an ordinance codification for the Township of Upper Darby, County of Delaware, Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, provide for the repeal of certain legislation not included therein, to save from repeal certain other legislation not included therein, and to provide penalties for tampering with the code. And with that, and I can tell you, myself, Mr. Rongione, the mayor, Scott Alberts, the police chief, there have been some conflicts that the General Code has brought to us, and we've worked to resolve them, and meaning that ordinances adopted more recently, so long as they were legal, would take precedent over ones from the distant past. So Section 101 will be the approval and adoption of the code. Section 1.2 will be the effect of the code on previous provisions, which talks about the repeal or clause. 1 to 3 is inconsistent legislation will repealed. So repeal of inconsistent ordinances, legislation saved from repeal, matters not affected by repeal, below all ordinances. Repeal of specific ordinances is the Township Council of Upper Darby determined the following ordinances are no longer in effect and hereby justly repeal. And one's going back to 1906. So ordinance number 5, ordinance number 10, ordinance number 12, ordinance number 13, ordinance number 34, ordinance number 38, ordinance number 39, ordinance number 67, ordinance number 112, ordinance 123, ordinance 142, ordinance 182, ordinance 183, ordinance 205, ordinance 208, now we're in the 1920s, ordinance 221, ordinance 226, ordinance 250, ordinance 288. This is one related to milk. I have not had an opportunity to review that. Ordinance 289, ordinance 300, ordinance 314, ordinance 316, ordinance 317, ordinance 320, ordinance 355, ordinance 367, ordinance 372, ordinance 378, ordinance 398, ordinance 407, ordinance 408, ordinance 413, ordinance 415, ordinance 433, 435, 533, 539, 574, 601, 616, 635, 691, ordinance 739, 872, 910, and 956, 1035. We're now in the 1950s. Ordinance number 1050, ordinance 1063, ordinance 1095, ordinance 1106, ordinance 1183, ordinance 1184, ordinance 1747, ordinance 1897, ordinance 2112, ordinance 2420, ordinance 2492, ordinance 2531, ordinance 2567, ordinance 2669, ordinance 2710, ordinance 2781, ordinance 2797, and ordinance 2487, going actually from 1906 to 1996. And then there are, I'm going to scroll down, there are provisions for inclusion of new legislation prior to the adoption of the code, non-substantive changes, changes and revisions in previously adopted new provisions, interpretation provisions, title and headings, editor's notes, filing of the code and amendments to the code book to be kept up to date, publication of notices, altering or tampering with codes, violations and penalties, a severability clause, and an effective date. And then there will be a list of all of the sections of all the Upper Darby laws, a table of contents, starting with the charter, going to administrative legislation, the administrative code, general legislation from alcohol beverages to animals, to assembly, to bicycles, to blight, to buildings, construction codes, contractors, curfew, dumpsters and other containers, farmers market, fees, floodplain management, graffiti, health and sanitation, insurance, junk collectors, littering, municipal claims and liens, noise, nuisances, obscene materials, parking lots, parks and recreation areas, peace and good order, peddling and soliciting, property maintenance, real property, sales, sewers and sewage disposal, solid waste, stormwater management, streets and sidewalks, subdivision and land development, taxation, trailers, trees and plants, vehicles and traffic, vehicle mobilization, vehicle impoundment, and zoning. And again, these are all laws that are already on the books of Upper Darby. We're essentially collating them and putting them in one place and one easily searchable mechanism that will hopefully help the council, help the residents of Upper Darby, and anyone trying to do business in Upper Darby to understand what all our laws are and have them in one place, not conflicting with each other, and putting 100 years of laws online with ready access. So it has been a very, very big project that the mayor, the CAO, Scott Alberts, the police chief, my office have been working on for months. And it's a great step forward for Upper Darby. Most townships, I said, do this every 10 years that I work with. This has been a much more exhaustive process just because Upper Darby's never done it. And it's a very old town with a lot of laws. This is not to say that this is absolutely perfect, because if anybody sees a question of this, obviously with all of these laws for all these years, there are going to be a couple outliers or things that were missed. Please bring that to our attention so we can do that and fix them. And that concludes my reading, Madam President, unless if you think anything else is needed.
No, that's great. So can we get a motion to advertise ordinance number 3082?
I make a motion to advertise
I'd like to second that.
3082.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions or concerns on the advertisement of ordinance number 3082 or codification? Okay, seeing none. Council members, turn your microphones on. All those in favor of advertisement, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name. Was that a oppose? No, everyone's for it. Okay, great. I just thought I heard saying, so I wanted to make sure. Great. So a motion to advertise has passed. Great. So next up, we have Municipal Services Licensing and Public Works Committee, co-chairs Councilman Brian Burke and Councilman Sheikh Sadiq, and council members Thomas Wagner and Hafiz Tunis Jr. At this point in time, can Solicitor Kilkenny give us a reading of Resolution 36-20?
Sure. Would be happy. Oops, hold on a second.
The Milburn Fire.
Yep. I'm aware of it. Yes,
Okay.
This has obviously been discussed several times amongst council. And I will go ahead and briefly read it again. Now therefore be it resolved by Upper Darby Township Council that the following shall govern the intermunicipal cooperation agreement between Upper Darby Township and Milburn Borough, and is hereby adopted and resolved by authority of one. Section 1, the township is hereby authorized to enter into the municipal agreement with Milburn Borough for fire protection on the terms set forth in the agreement. Attached is Exhibit A. Section 2, the mayor or her designee hereby empowered to take all action and execute all documents which she deems necessary or convenient toward achieving the purpose of this resolution. Section 3, there's a severability clause, and there is an effective date. And I know this has been discussed at the agreement itself has been discussed at previous council meetings, but wanted to know if anybody had any specific questions related to this. They could perhaps be directed to me or the CAO.
Great. So at this point in time, can we get a motion to approve Resolution 36-20? Council members, turn on your microphones because I've just turned them off if they weren't off in advance.
So moved.
So Councilman Glenn
Second.
and Sadiq. Are there any questions or concerns on Resolution 36-20? Okay, I'm seeing none. All those in favor of Resolution 36-20, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Say your name. Ayes have it. Thank you, everyone. And Councilman Barnett is excused. Great. So at this point in time, if we can get a Solicitor Richardson to give us a reading of Resolution 37-20.
Sure, thank you.
You're welcome.
This is a resolution of the Township of Upper Darby, Delaware County, authorizing applications to the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation for traffic signal improvements for Marshall Road and Hampton Road, Marshall Road and 69th Street, Marshall Road and Powell Lane, Marshall Road and Kent Road / Harrison Avenue, Marshall Road and Long Lane, Marshall Road and Springton Road, and Sherbrooke Boulevard intersections. Be it resolved by the authority of the Township of Upper Darby Township, Delaware County is hereby resolved and by the authority of the same that Vincent A. Rangioni, Chief Administrative Officer of Upper Darby Township, is authorized and directed to submit the attached applications for traffic signal approval to the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation and to sign this application on behalf of Upper Darby Township. Just for clarification, this is for road work, or signal improvements along Marshall Road. And this is a requirement of PennDOT that the council has to pass a resolution to do so.
Great, thank you for the clarification. All those, can we get a motion to approve Resolution 37-20?
Motion.
So moved.
Gwynn and Blackwell? Are there any questions or concerns on this resolution? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor of passing Resolution 37-20, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. Thank you very much, everyone. And Councilman Barnett is excused. Okay, wow. You guys are amazing. We've really moved faster than I thought we would. So we are, well, we landed within the time I thought we might get here. So that's pretty good. So next up, we have Planning, Zoning, and Building Code Committee, co-chairs Councilman Gwynn and Councilwoman Billups, council members Barnett and Councilman Tunis Jr. And can we have Solicitor Kilkenny to lead us in the public hearing of the curative amendment regarding 359 Owen Ave?
Thank you very much. First of all, I see Mr. Corcoran for this meeting, who is for this hearing, who is our court reporter. I see Mr. Buckler, who is the challenging the validity of our zoning ordinance or asking for a zoning change. I see Mr. Ewald, who was just appointed earlier this evening as counsel for Township Council related to this matter, and will be representing the saying that our ordinance is valid and lawful. I see Mr. Kameda, I believe, who is the land planner for Mr. Buckler as well. And Mr. Buckler, what other witness did you intend to present this evening?
Dr. Benedetto, and I don't see him on here. I'm just sending him a.
Okay. So then what I will do is I'll start to explain the process to council. Then after that's done, I'll ask Council President Wentz to make a motion to open the hearing. And then what I will do is go ahead and mark some exhibits, see if Mr. Buckler or Mr. Ewald has any exhibits themselves. and then essentially turn it over to Mr. Buckler to make a presentation. There will be an opportunity then for Mr. Ewald to cross-examine any of Mr. Buckler's witnesses that he has, make a presentation of himself if he so chooses, or call any witnesses if he so chooses. And then what we intend to do is council can go ahead and ask the witnesses any kind of questions that they may have. I don't know if there has been any public comment on this matter. I'd have to ask Ms. Dobbins to do that. But what I'm going to suggest we do is not close the hearing tonight. We'll just continue the hearing to October 14th and allow anybody, we'll put notice out by saying that tonight, that if anybody has an additional public comment after hearing that, we will send that to Ms. Dobbins, and then we'll insert it in the record. I figure that would be the fairest way to do it. And then we'll close the record on the 14th. It would be anticipated that council will then vote or take action on the 14th. In the meantime, I had a conference call yesterday with Mr. Ewald and Mr. Buckler. We went over some of the procedures, went over the exhibits and how to do so. We all agreed that what will happen is at the conclusion of tonight's hearing that will continue on the record, council will not vote, but will vote on the 14th as you guys deciding if your own ordinance is valid or not. By the 30th, Mr. Ewald and Mr. Buckler will send briefs to each other, and briefs to me on the law of this. I will send them to council, and then because you're sitting as a quasi judicial body, I will review those, and we'll have an opportunity to get together and go over them as a council with me as your solicitor, not as an advocate, to go over that. And then on the 14th, council will vote publicly on this application for a validity challenge. So are there any questions from council before we go ahead and open up the hearing about this procedure?
Councilman Gwynn has his hand up. You got to turn on your mic.
Yes. I know this has been presented to us previously, and I observed a request for zoning hearing that occurred in 2017 and 2018. I understand that we're intended to be a neutral body at this point. I was wondering, because I had participated or been at those hearings, whether I needed to abstain.
So I know Council President Wentz raised that issue to me earlier today. So what I basically opined no. And what I will do is I will read that email that I sent to you and CC'd Ms. Wentz into the record with my opinion. Great minds could disagree, and maybe Mr. Ewald or Mr. Buckler will raise that as an issue, but that was my legal advice, and the justification is why. So it's going to be, if you so choose, it's going to be my opinion that you can participate in the hearing, just the fact that you happen to be that ward representative and personally oppose this does not preclude you from taking part of that. So as soon as we open the record, I will actually read that email, and that will into the record. So it's very, very
Thank
clear.
you.
Are there any other questions?
Seeing none.
Okay, can we have a motion to open the public hearing?
Sure. Council members, turn on your microphones. Can I get a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Seconded.
So
Can you-
I
can you-
saw,
Can you put me on, Laura? I mean, or my picture. Okay, there we go. I just want to, I can't get my picture on there. Not that I'm anything, not that you want to see me, but,
okay, but Tom, hold on one second. We're not with you yet.
okay. All right, no problem.
No, you're good. So I saw Councilwoman Phillips, and I think I heard,
Oh.
I'm sorry. I
Thank
was
you.
Councilwoman Phillips, and then I missed the second, I'm sorry. Who seconded it?
I'll put it seconded.
Well, actually, I think it was
It was actually Councilwoman Blackwell and.
Blackwell, okay.
And, Councilman Gwynn.
Oh, so Councilwoman Blackwell moved it and Councilman Gwynn seconded it? Okay,
That's correct, yes.
thank you. I was distracted.
My fault.
Great. All those in favor, are there any questions and concerns on opening the hearing? Seeing none, all those in favor of opening the hearing, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it. Thank you very much. And Councilman Barnett is excused.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Sean Kilkenny, Upper Darby Township Solicitor. I'm going to mark some exhibits for the record. T1 will be a copy of the advertisement of this public hearing on the validity challenge. T2 will be a copy of correspondence from Mr. Buckler requesting this hearing and rendering an application for this. T3 is going to be a copy of an email that I sent to Councilor Robert Gwynn related to his potential conflict issue, which I am going to read into the record right now. Just to be very clear, let me pull that up. Hold on. Okay. And it's going to be this. Bob, President Wentz informed me that you had concerns with bias in relation to tonight's agenda item, as you previously stated publicly, opposition. And it's entitled Owen Avenue Validity Challenge, Zoning Challenge, Upper Darby. Section 702C of the First Class Township Code states, a member of the board shall not be disqualified from voting on any issue before the board solely because the member had previously expressed an opinion on the issue in either an official or unofficial capacity. Thus, I opine that you are allowed to hear and decide the Owen Avenue curative amendment zoning change requests, so long as you and council comply with section 908 of the Pennsylvania Municipalities Planning Code, which reads in its entirety as follows. The board or hearing officer shall not communicate directly or indirectly with any party or his representatives in connection with any issue involved except upon notice and opportunity for all parties participate, shall not take notice of any communications, reports, staff memorandum, or other materials, except advice from their solicitor, unless the parties are afforded an opportunity that contest the material so noticed, and shall not inspect the site or its surroundings after the commencement of hearings with any party or his representatives, unless all parties are given an opportunity to present. Per section 609(1) of the MPC, governing body shall hear a curative a landowner curative amendment, shall conduct the hearing in accordance with section 908 of the MPC, thus providing the nexus between the curative amendment and the rules governing the behavior of this council. So that's in the record. That will also be marked as T3. I am also going to mark, and I have not provided this previously to the other parties, but I will, T4, which was an email summary from my office explaining what this process was. That was distributed to council, and that was distributed on September 1st to council. So they were aware, I believe actually September 2nd of this council, so they were aware of what this process was. I will send that to all parties so they have a copy of that and can review it at this time. And then previously, as I stated, we anticipate, absent some odd event, it is 2020, so maybe there will be an odd event, that both parties, myself, Mr. Ewald, Mr. Buckler, had an opportunity to have a call yesterday, and we agreed that we will continue, we'll not close the hearing, continue the hearing to the 14th. And at that point, it'll be anticipated council will open the hearing, receive any additional public comment they may have gotten related to this. Now that the public is fully aware what the process is of this, we'll insert that in the record as additional exhibits, officially close the hearing, and would be anticipated the council would take action at that time. Then on the 30th of September, at the closing of this hearing, I would ask that Mr. Ewald and Mr. Buckler submit briefs as to their legal position, their respective legal positions. I will then review them, distribute them to council, schedule a time with council, which I'll announce at the future hearing on the record of when we deliberated or went over these issues, as well as the transcript, and then move on. One other issue that may come up, I know Mr. Bonnet is not here this evening. If Mr. Bonnet wants to participate or vote in the past, in other conditional use hearings and zoning hearings, my firm represents several municipalities. When this is the case, then what would happen is Mr. Bonnet could contact the municipality, review the transcript, or if he wants to, review the video of this, and to make sure that he understands this, review the exhibits, and then it's up to him if he would like to participate in future deliberations and or vote. But that's going to be his call. So at this point, I would like to turn it over. If I don't know, Mr. Buckler or Mr. Ewald, did I miss anything that we went over?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Okay, great. So Mr. Buckler, if you wanted to swear your witnesses in, and then perhaps start.
Well, if I might, I would like to make a brief opening statement. I found in the past that it's useful to for me to help.
Brief opening statement would be great, but keep it brief. Yes.
Okay. So I will. My name is and I'm going to ask Allison if you can give me control of the screen, because there are some exhibits that I would like to be able to show to the council members as I'm going through the opening statement. So Allison, can you do that?
Sorry, I have to remove some co-hosts before. You're now a co-host and you're able to share.
Okay, great. All right. Right. Now everybody can see the can everybody see that exhibit and hear me at this point?
Hey, Mr. Buckler, just for the record, if these are going to be future exhibits of yours, maybe you can mark them right now and, admit them and then refer to them as such. So it's clear.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've got exhibits here. They're all marked.
Okay.
They're A1 through A7, and then a group that's marked TC1A through TC1G. And I sent them as a PDF file to Allison. I'm sorry, I sent them to you and to Courtney.
No, I'm going to admit them now into the record for clarity. Okay. They were forwarded, so it's just very clear. I believe they were forwarded to council as well earlier today.
Okay.
Yes, they were.
Okay, so everyone has them. And again, I find that at the end of the day, it's helpful for me to give you a little bit of an overview. I want to talk to you a little bit about what the hearing is about tonight, and I guess also what it's not about. And I think that's important as well. My name is James Buckler. I represent, technically I represent Benedetto Owen Avenue LP, which is the owner of the property at 359 Owen Avenue. My client in person is Dr. Anthony Benedetto, who's the principal of that company. Dr. Benedetto has been a presence in Upper Darby since the middle 80s when he opened his dermatology office on Garrett Road across the street from 359 Owen Avenue. He operates dermatological surgery centers there, is a responsible taxpayer who brings income and employment to the area. He provides a useful service to the area, including the performance of something called Mohs surgery, which is a surgery for the treatment of skin cancer, which is, there are very few places outside of hospitals that effectively provide that. It's an important service that he provides to the members of the community. Initially, he because of a relationship he had with the owner of the property 359, he used that property for parking on occasion because he often has patients that are in his office for 3 to 6 hours because the surgeries can take a long time. And then in 2004, he acquired that property and he continued to use it for parking without any understanding, at least at the time, that that was a problem. Eventually, there have been enforcement proceedings begun against the doctor in relationship to this parking issues. And that's how I became involved in this. I know Mr. Kilkenny has been involved in the enforcement procedure. I have not been, but the doctor contacted me. My background and expertise is in zoning and asked me if I could help him find a solution to this because he really did not like being in this adversarial situation with the township. When I looked at the zoning ordinance and he had described to me that his need to expand his office because his practice is growing, it seemed to me that it was a pretty straightforward solution that was both, I would say, justified under the law and appropriate from a planning perspective. And I want to talk to you about that for a minute before we get started. I want to talk to you also about what this hearing tonight isn't about. And first of all, I've heard the comment that we're challenging the validity of the township's ordinances. And I think I want to make it clear, we're not I mean, that term gets used a lot and it comes up in cases where people are trying to challenge an ordinance, the validity of an entire ordinance because of something that's not there or is there. And we're not doing that. As a matter of fact, we're not challenging the validity of any portion of the language of the township's ordinance. We are simply challenging a single item, which is the zoning classification of a single tax parcel of ground, 359 Owen Avenue. And most particularly, we're challenging the failure to include it in the corridor residence office overlay district. Also, this hearing tonight is not about the specific details of a proposed use. The way the ordinance is written, it provides that if this property were in the residence overlay district, we would have the ability to request permission to convert it to a doctor's office or an office, not just a doctor's office, but that would be what we would plan to do as a special exception under the zoning ordinance. Then we will be required, if we're successful, we will be required to come back with detailed plans and satisfy many requirements that are included in the zoning ordinance and be subject to conditions that the zoning hearing board would have the right to impose on the use of the property under your ordinance. All we're required to do under the municipality's planning code, and all that we've done is provide you with an idea of what we propose to do, so you can get some visual sense of what our intentions are. But it's not about the actual details. So I want to be clear about that. So the reason that we're here, in 2010, the township adopted a new zoning code, and as part of that, they created a number of overlay districts, and one of them was the Corridor Residential Office Overlay District, and that's section 702 of your zoning code. And I've got it up on the screen right now. It's Exhibit A1, and I'm going to read to you for the first sentence of that paragraph, of that section of the code, because it's relevant. It says the intent of the Corridor Residential Office Overlay District is to permit by special exception the conversion to office use of residential dwellings which are located within single-family residential zoning districts, but which, because of exposure to heavily traveled streets, do not lend themselves exclusively to residential use as the highest and best use. And there's a reason that's a good idea, because if you have, if you're required to use a property in a way that's not really the best use for it, often that doesn't lead to the best outcome for the community as well as the property owner. There appear to be 3 separate corridor residential office overlay districts in the township, and we're going to be concerned with the one that is located. And I'm going to go down to Exhibit A2 now, and I have taken the section of the township's zoning map. The one on the left is the township's base zoning map, and you'll see the areas in light yellow are R1 zoning. The little darker yellow is R3 zoning, and then you can see the C1 zoning that's up there on the top. And our property, the subject property, is marked by a red dot. On the right-hand side is the map of the overlay district that was created in this area. And it's an overlay district that starts at Marshall Road and goes up Lansdowne Avenue to Garrett Road and turns left and goes down Garrett Road for 2 blocks to Windermere. And you'll see that in that property, in that map, every property on Lansdowne, except for, and I'll put my cursor on it, this one right here, which happens to be a restaurant, and this one here, which happens to be the YMCA, and every property along the south side of Garrett Road. Of course, the north side wouldn't apply because it's a commercial district already. Every single property in that zoning, in that geographic district was included in this overlay district, except one which was excluded. And that forms the basis of our objection, because the township, while the township has the right to zone and exercise its zoning powers, it has an obligation to treat similarly situated properties similarly, and cannot arbitrarily treat properties that are similar in nature, subject to the same conditions, differently without some rational basis. The failure to do that is what results in spot zoning, which has been found to be a violation of the zoning law. And that's what we propose or suggest happened here. If you go down, I'm going to get down to exhibit, I think let me go down to exhibit, a little further down. Okay. This exhibit, which is TC3, TC1C, we've taken the overlay district, and Mr. Committa has who will testify later, has created, using an aerial map, a visual of the overlay district, and all of the areas that are in the overlay district are marked in blue. Of course, our property, because it's not in the overlay district, is marked in yellow. And the property across the street on Garrett Road, that's the C1 district, is marked in orange. All of the properties that are currently used for a commercial use and not residential are shaded. And the obvious visual of this is we have this property here, which has major frontage on Garrett Road, is surrounded on 3 sides by commercial uses, and is the only residential property in this 3-block area that is not permitted to have an office use and is required to be in a residential use. It's our position that there's 2 things I would say about this. It's our position that that's inappropriate spot zoning. I also want to suggest to you, and I'm going to ask you as council members, to put away your knee-jerk reaction to say, this is our map and we've got to defend it, and let's take a look, because I think aside from the fact that we think it's inappropriate spot zoning, it's not good planning or zoning. And the current circumstances are such that this is the one property in this whole district that is the least susceptible to be using effectively as a residence. And we have a long-term member of the community who would like to expand his office, some of his office, into that use. That's an action that will undoubtedly engage in or result in improvements to that location. And it will be in the best interest of everyone involved to allow that change to happen. I can't myself, I guess I would ask, the question I would ask, and the question I have is, what possible purpose, once you understand the realities of this property, what possible purpose does it serve to require this little island of a property to be continued to be used as a residence when nothing else on the street on either side is a residential use and Garrett Road is this highly traveled road. We will be presenting two witnesses tonight. We will be presenting the Dr. Benedetto, the principal of the applicant, and Tom Committa, a land planner who is, I would say, in my experience, the most prolific land planner I know in the suburban Philadelphia area, to testify. And at the end of the hearing, we'll ask you to adopt an ordinance that doesn't challenge the validity of anything in your ordinance. We're asking you to adopt an ordinance that changes the zoning district for 359 Owen Avenue and makes it part of the Corridor Residence Office Overlay District. Before I start with testimony, does anybody have any questions for me? Okay. I will call Dr. Anthony Benedetto.
So why don't we just easier, let's swear them both in at once and identify themselves so then we don't forget. Yeah.
May do that, Sean. You both swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
I do.
Okay, thank you, Tom.
Dr. Benedetto, I'm going to just ask you to confirm that you are the principal and managing member of Benedetto Owen Avenue LP.
I am.
And that you're the owner of the property 359 Owen Avenue.
I am.
And you also heard me describe that you operate a practice, Benedetto Surgical or Dermatology Surgical, how did I say that?
Dermatologic Surgery Center.
Across the street on Garrett Road. Is that correct?
Correct. Dermatologic.
Can you tell the board what that practice involves?
It's mainly a surgical dermatologic practice. We are dermatologists, but we're also dermatologic surgeons. Our main treatments are skin cancer, and we also do some cosmetic work. We do laser and such. We do general dermatology that involves surgical treatment, lumps and bumps, benign lesions, and cancerous lesions.
And
at that location since mid-1980s, and I think I've established some reputation in the community, helping others with their problems, dermatologic problems, and their skin cancers.
And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to show you now Exhibit A6, which should be on the screen. And I'm going to ask you, are those photographs of the property at 359 Owen Avenue, the one on the top being taken from Owen Avenue and the one on the bottom having been taken from Garrett Road?
Yes, that's correct.
And do they accurately depict the appearance of the property at this time?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I see in here that the property, if I'm looking at it from the picture from Garrett, it shows a fairly large garage and a pretty heavily paved area in the back. Do you have any idea about the history of this property and why that is there?
Well, that's the way the property was when I purchased it. It was part of the Topitzer funeral parlor area. And it was an area of that property where patients of mine would park because Mrs. Topitzer allowed that. And we did that for many years. It helped us with the, congestion of trying to park patients who needed surgery, say beyond 3 and 4 hours, to park in a lot off the street and safely. Otherwise, patients would be going up and down Owen and the other street nearby. And I think many of the residents were having some concern that there was a lot of traffic around the area. So to that, Mrs. Topitzer allowed us to safely park patients' cars.
And did you eventually acquire the ownership to that property?
Yes, I did.
And was that in 2004?
I believe so, yes.
And after that, did you continue to use that area, that paved area to park going forward?
Yes.
Did you have any idea, at least initially, that that was an issue?
I had no idea whatsoever. I mean, the reason why we purchased that parcel with the understanding that eventually, if we had still an enlargement of our practice, that we would use the building for expansion.
Okay, so now you heard me also say that there has been an enforcement action undertaken by the township to stop you from using the parking there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at this point, you're not using that area for parking.
Occasionally, to be honest with you, when there's an overage, we can't help but use some of that parking.
Okay. But you also heard me tell the board that you came to me looking for perhaps some solution so that we could put an end to the conflict, the adversarial relationship between yourself and the township. Is that accurate?
Yes, it's very accurate. Let me just expand on that, because I had a few hearings that were adversely decided upon, and for whatever reason, recently I heard that this parcel was zoned residential. I had absolutely no idea that it was zoned residential. If I knew that earlier on, I would have asked for this exception and waiver sooner. But because it's unfortunate the way things went, but as soon as I heard that it was zoned residential, I tried to find the best person to help me out with it. And your name came up multiple times.
Did you, in my instruction, did you hire a civil engineer to prepare a site, do a survey of the property and prepare a site plan for a proposed conversion of the property to a doctor's office?
I did.
And was that Dave Damon of H. Gilroy Damon Associates?
It was.
Okay, let me look and see. And I'm going to just ask you if you can. I'm going to show you pages, Exhibit A3, which is 2 pages. And I'm going to ask you if that is in fact the plan that Mr. Damon prepared for you.
It is.
Okay, and the first page is a plan, a proposed plan showing some reconfigured parking and ingress off of Owen Avenue or ingress off of Owen Avenue and egress out onto Garrett Road. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then Exhibit A4 is a set of plans prepared by J. Wilhelm Consulting, and that shows the conversion of the existing approximately 3,500 square foot building to medical offices. Is that correct?
Right.
And is it your plan, if you are successful in having the property zoned to and be incorporated into the overlay district, to seek to convert the property to a medical offices by seeking a special exception for that purpose in accordance with the ordinance?
That's true.
And I've explained to you that in order to do that, you're going to have to provide much more detailed plans addressing questions having to do with parking and many other things before you'll be able to use this in that way.
Yes.
I don't have any other questions for Mr. Benedetto, for Dr. Benedetto.
Does Mr. Ewald have any questions?
I do. It'll be brief. So, Mr. Benedetto, you testified that you purchased the property in what year?
I'm not entirely sure, but I think it was around 2003.
Okay.
Mr. Ewald, if I could exhibit, let me see, it is exhibit A5, which is the deed, is shows that the date of purchase was 2004, February 5th, 2004.
Okay. And you agree with what your attorney just stated?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, I heard you talk about that for many years before that, you had been using the parking behind the building for your practice. Do you have a feel for how many years that would have been?
I purchased in 2004. It was probably around 1995.
Okay. And when you started using the parking in the back of the building in or around 1995, what was the use of the building on the property?
I don't know. I was just allowed to have overage of parking and patients to enter that parking lot by Mrs. Topitzer, who was running the funeral parlor on the corner. I never really investigated that house or what was in it and what was happening in it.
Okay, so
too happy to be able to send some of the extra patients that needed long-term parking to park there.
So, but in 2004, I assume you investigated what the use of the property was, right?
I think actually
Not
testified that he didn't. I think
Not
that's
particularly.
what I wish he had.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I didn't get that.
I'm sorry.
Is there an objection or is there?
Mr. Buckler, can you just let Mr. Ewald do his examination?
I'm
Let the
sorry.
witness answer.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, not particularly. I knew Mrs. Topitzer, and she was very happy with the kinds of work that we were doing for the community. And when I approached her, if I could be allowed to have some patients park there for an extended period of time, and maybe some of the office staff, she was all too happy to allow it. So when she passed, because during the years that I was sending patients over there, I kept asking her, would it be possible for me eventually to purchase that parcel? And she kept saying, not quite yet, and not now. And then when she passed away, she must have at least mentioned it to whoever was taking over her estate. And I think either they approached me, I think they must have approached me, and they asked me if I wanted to purchase the property. And I said, of course. I mean, I jumped to the opportunity to go ahead and purchase that property.
And when you purchased it, you knew that it was a duplex and that it was being used for a residential use, right?
I don't know if it was a duplex at that time. I don't think it was a duplex. No, it was not. And the reason why I tell you this is when I did purchase it, it was a residence. And to give you an understanding of what we do, I also train other postgraduate physicians in the specialty, the subspecialty of Mohs surgery. So I have residents that, or postgraduate doctors of a dermatology residency that can go on and open their own practice, but instead they come to us for a year to, in a postgraduate situation, to learn Mohs surgery, cosmetic dermatologic surgery, and the surgical procedures that we do. So for the first 4, 5, 6 years, I can't remember specifically, these fellows, they're called fellows for a fellowship, I offered them to stay in that house at a reduced rate. So, you know, they were coming from Alaska, they were coming from California, they came from all over the country. And, you know, they had no familiarity with Philadelphia. So it was easy for me to say, why don't you go across the street and I'll rent it to you for a certain amount of money. And they were happy.
I'm not trying to interrupt. I just feel like we talked about not wanting to drag this hearing out because of the time. And I just wonder whether this is really, you know, if you want the information, I'm not trying to stop you. It just seems like it's.
Mr. Buckler, please just let Mr. Ewald.
I will.
Thank you.
I will.
Now, and my questions, I think the witness is expounding on his answers quite a bit, and maybe I'll try and cut him off a little bit in order to keep it going. But so you rented it to fellows for a few years, and then at some point you subdivide, or you divided the building and created a duplex.
Well, when it seemed like the fellows didn't want to stay there any longer, they wanted to be in Center City, or they wanted to go somewhere else. Understand, patients were parking there during the time.
I'm just trying to.
My sister-in-law, we subdivided the house because it was a family of so many people, and they were in-laws or whatever, and it became a duplex. And so we had two families residing there.
Okay. And then now you've owned the property, approximately 17 years at this point. And is it still occupied as a residence?
Well, we rented out. So,
So there is someone living there?
Yes.
Okay. And what street does the driveway in the front of the house face?
The driveway in the front of the house faces Owen Avenue.
Okay. And when you purchased the property, did you check the zoning?
I practice medicine. I don't practice law. I don't practice real estate. I don't practice anything. I was sold a piece of property, and my intentions were to aid our patients who come from far away, and some of them come from all over Bucks County, upstate, New Jersey, and I wanted to give them a safe place to park. So why would I had no idea what zoning was, and this is why it took me so long to figure out that it wasn't zoned commercial, even though a commercial funeral parlor owned it. Only recently, after all these hearings, you think somebody at the zoning board would have come up to me and said, it's zoned.
Dr. Benedetto, we'd appreciate if you just answer,
commercial.
Dr. Benedetto, if you could just perhaps answer Mr. Ewald's question.
I just did. How could I have known it was zoned one way or the other? It was deed? I don't know. Are those things in the deed? I usually sign something and my wife pays everything.
Sir,
would it have been in the deed?
What's that?
I don't know. It wouldn't have been in the deed, but you could have looked it up.
Why? Why? Because it was commercially used all those years.
Mr. Benedetto, please let Mr. Ewald ask your questions, and please answer them.
Okay. And just one last question. I saw on the drawing that you are proposing a driveway to go out onto Garrett Road. Is there currently any driveway that goes on the Garrett Road?
Yes. It's right next to the driveway that comes in and out of the bank.
Okay.
There's about 6 feet separating my driveway and the bank's driveway.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for this witness.
Thank you.
And if I could,
any redirect before council, see if council has any questions? Yeah.
No, and I just wanted to make if I could just Carl, in reference, if on the existing conditions, which is part of Exhibit A3, it does show the an access where there is the same access off of Garrett Road. So that point of access is the same under the proposed plan as it is now.
It's the same, you said, sir?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The point of access in and the point of access out are the same under the proposed modifications.
Thank you.
All right, anything more? You clarified your point, Mr. Buckler.
No, I just wanted to, nothing more. And I don't have any questions.
Does council have any questions of this witness?
Give me 1 second to check council members. Councilman Burke, I see. Go ahead, Councilman Burke. Councilwoman Billups, I just saw your hand. Go ahead, Councilman Burke.
Thank you, President Wentz. Just to give you a little information, I think I'm correct when the doctor just said that the funeral home used to own that house back in the early 70s. Is that correct?
Are you asking me?
Yes. I thought I heard you said that the house was owned by the funeral home also.
Yes, and that's what I understand. That's who I bought it from. And I don't know if it was the 70s, 60s, or 50s. I understand that establishment was there for many, many years. I did not get to that location until the mid 80s.
I used to walk through that. I used to walk through that to cut to Bonner and Prendy. So I believe the other parking lot that I guess used to be a parking lot for the funeral limousines to park, because they had the funeral home and then they had the residence. The parking lot's a parking lot. Is there that actual parking lot where they had the limos and the garage? Is that zoned residential? Is that what we're saying right now, Sean?
It's
you're
appropriate that
muted.
you heard Mr. Benedetto give his testimony. If you had questions related on that testimony, that's what would be appropriate.
Okay.
As far as how it's zoned now, there will be briefs submitted by both parties and their arguments. I will forward them to you, and then we as a body, me as your lawyer and counsel as a whole, will deliberate and go over those issues.
Do we know if, I guess I'll ask that, what, if it was zoned prior when the house was built and that back property was zoned different before, that's all? Was it changed at any given time?
Probably Mr. Buckler's next witness, Mr. Comita, will probably be better equipped to talk about the zoning and when things were changed, if and when they were changed. I don't know, Mr. Buckler, I want to speak for your next witness. But that would be my guess.
I don't either. I mean, I would say to you that if I'm looking at it, it appears to me that that whole corner is still, including where the bank is actually still zoned residential.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the zoning map, that's Exhibit A2, it's still zoned residential R1. And I assume the bank is there by some exception or variance or whatever, but it's still actually zoned. That whole area is zoned R1.
Right.
That's what I thought back in the 70s and the 80s. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Phillips.
Thank you, President Wentz. So I guess I heard him say that he turned something into an apartment. Did he get a variance for that also?
There was a variance granted for that. In honesty, it was, I think that the doctor didn't get the variance ahead of time. I think he didn't realize in any event, but a variance was granted in 2013 for the use of the property as a duplex.
And maybe Mr. Buckler, you're not the witness, so I don't know if Mr. Benedetto perhaps has any knowledge of that.
Okay.
Well, the knowledge is that I know we got the variance or whatever it's called to use it as a duplex in 2013. My sister-in-law. She actually managed the rentals after the residents stopped going to that building.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, let me just double check to see if any other council members, I do have a question myself, but I just want to make sure all other council members have an opportunity. I see Councilman Wagner, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Benedetto. I just want to be sure that we're all clear on the facts. Is it correct that everything around this property that we're talking about, to the right of it, to the left of it, and across the street from it, is commercial right now? Is that correct in its use anyway?
Well, directly across the street from the front porch is a dental office that has parking in the front and on the side on Owen and on Garrett Road. On the other side of Garrett Road, they're all physician buildings, a clock repair shop, a barber, and a few other doctor's offices. Down the street, like I said, is the bank. There's a bar. There's a bakery. There's all kinds of things all along on that side, on the my building side of Garrett Road. And on the opposite side, there's an auto repair up the street, and then doctor's offices and other offices of different nature all along until Lansdowne Avenue. It's opposite the bank that's on Lansdowne and Garrett.
Yeah, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Were you finished?
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other actual residences on either side of this property or across the street from this property?
When you get to Windermere, which is another block away.
Okay, but directly to the right of this property or the left of it, or across the street from it, they're all commercial? Is that your testimony?
On Garrett Road. Now, if you're going down Owen, it's all residential on Owen.
That's basically behind this property, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, let me just double check to see if any other council members have a question. I see Councilman Gwynn, go ahead. Any other council members besides Councilman Gwynn? I'm seeing no one besides Councilman Gwynn. Okay, so go ahead, Councilman Gwynn. You gotta turn your mic on. Yeah, turn it on. Yeah, there you go.
Just for clarity's sake, those other properties on Garrett Road, they face out onto Garrett Road itself?
Yes.
But this property faces out onto Owen.
It faces both. It's a corner property, so it's Owen and most of the entrance into
The address, the front of the property is out onto Owen.
Okay.
And when I know.
So is the medical building across the street. Their address is on Owen too. The one that has all the cars parked on the side and on Garrett Road. Their address is also on Owen.
What kind of property was that?
I think there's dentists, there's a podiatrist. It's a medical building.
Oh, medical. That's the word I missed. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to get clarified on.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other council members. So my question was, you had talked about in your, that you got an engineer to give you a breakdown of what it would take to move your business into that house. Would you still have the business across the street on Garrett Road if you were given the variances to move it to 359 Owen?
Yes, it would be just an expansion. We're sort of like stepping on each other's toes. So it would just be certain support administrative activity. Yes, we would keep our surgery center because it has 4 operating rooms and it's equipped with high-end and very advanced equipment. So we need to expand. Yes.
Thank you.
Any further, Council President Wentz, any further questions from council? Are we ready to move on? Next witness.
I'm sorry. Let me check. Council members, please raise your hand if you have a question. I am seeing none, so you're good to go.
Mr. Buckler, on to your next witness.
Next witness is Tom Comita, and he's already been sworn. And I'll ask you, Tom, if you'd start by stating your name and telling the board a little bit about your background.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Tom Comita. I'm a town planner and landscape architect from Westchester, Pennsylvania. I'm president of Thomas Comita Associates, town planners and landscape architects. And Jim, I think you have my CV as an exhibit.
So I just brought it up on the screen. It's
A7.
Yeah, A7. It's a 2-page CV, which contains a list of all of your background, your education, and your activities. Do you want
so,
to?
Mr. Buckler, I assume
Sure.
you're
So,
attempting to qualify Mr. Comita as an expert?
Pardon me?
I assume you're trying to qualify Mr. Comita as an expert?
I am, but
Yeah. You want to go into his background a little bit? Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And I want the plan or the council members to understand the breadth of Mr. Comita's expertise in land planning, because I think it's important.
Okay.
So if you could strive for the.
Thank you. I'll be brief. So for the last 47 years, our, excuse me, for the last 47 years, our company has represented 133 municipalities in Pennsylvania, and we currently serve as the planning consultant for 23 municipalities in Pennsylvania. I am a certified planner and a licensed landscape architect, and I typically assist municipalities in reviewing applications for curative amendment. I write zoning ordinances and land development ordinances, and I review plans. And in that context, I am required to complete 35 hours of continuing education each year as a certified planner. And I continue to do that. I've testified in many hearings of this type, and I do this every night of the week. So I say oftentimes I have 94 years of experience. I have 47 during the day and 47 at night.
I note, and I think I'm looking at page 2 of your CV, which lists, if you could, tells me how many zoning ordinances you've prepared over the years. Page 2.
Over 60 zoning yes. Page 2 is by the numbers, and I've prepared over 60 zoning ordinances cover to cover.
And land development and comprehensive plans.
Land development ordinances over 30, comprehensive plans over 50.
And
I've testified in hearings like this over 1,200 times.
I offer Mr. Comita as an expert in land planning.
Mr. Ewald?
Yeah, I know, Tom. I don't have any problem. I agree that he's an expert in land planning. I just would reserve and object to any conclusions, on legal issues, but on planning issues, he's certainly an expert.
Council President Wentz, I believe that we should just make a motion to accept Mr. Comita as an expert in land planning.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay, can we get council members, can you turn on your mics? Okay, can we get a motion to confirm that Mr. Comita is an expert on land planning?
So moved.
So second.
Was that Councilman Burke and Billups?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. And planning, I'm just writing it down too. So are there any questions or concerns from council members on this appointment or on this motion? The chiclets are smaller, so I have to page through to see everybody. So I'm not seeing any questions from council members. So council members, make sure you turn on your microphones. All those in favor of confirming Mr. Comita as an expert on land planning, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it, and Councilman Barnett is excused. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Buckler, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Comita, can we start by talking about, have you had an opportunity to review the relevant sections of the township's ordinance, that being the corridor overlay district ordinance relating to offices?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain, or can you describe for the council what the purpose of that, in your opinion, what the purpose of that section, that overlay district is?
Yes. So in section 702 that you had up on the screen earlier,
I can
Mr.
put it back
Buckler,
if you want me to.
there is a section 702 capital A called applicability and intent. And it states, and I quote, the intent of the corridor residential office overlay district is to permit, by special exception, the conversion to office use of residential dwellings located within single-family residential zoning districts, but which, because of exposure to heavily traveled streets, do not lend themselves exclusively to residential use as the highest and best use.
Now you testified that you've had much experience with drafting ordinances, and I assume you've seen plenty of overlay district ordinances before.
Correct.
And what's the purpose of this kind of a district? What's the reason to have that kind of a district?
Typically, an overlay district enables the municipality to have additional classifications due to certain criteria. The corridor office residential overlay district would be along a corridor, in this case, along Garrett Road and along Lansdowne Avenue, and to enable the adaptive reuse of pre-existing residential properties to a new professional office. In terms of section 702A, they talk about the use regulations
Can someone
intended.
mute whoever?
Council members, please mute yourself. Please mute yourself, council members.
The section 702A continues to say, and I quote, the use regulations and the standards established are intended to minimize the impact of the office use upon the neighborhoods. And then thereafter provides the use regulations for medical professionals, lawyers, architects, engineers, insurance sales, real estate service, travel service, and other professional uses. And then development standards and special exception standards and criteria. But overall, Mr. Buckler, in terms of the overlay districts, they're always written to embrace a concept of commonality of land use and land use intensity. In this case, along Garrett Road, as was discussed earlier in the hearing, all of the properties along Garrett from Windermere to Lansdowne Avenue, both on the north and south side of Garrett Road, are currently used for commercial purposes, for the exception of the property at the southeast corner of Windermere and Garrett, which is residential use. And then when you turn the corner on Lansdowne and work your way down to Marshall, beside the TD Bank, there's a law office, a medical office, a church, and a dentist office that exist in the corridor residential office overlay district. So there are a number of examples, but in the particular case along Garrett Road, both on the west and east side, on the east side is the TD Bank. On the west side west of Owen is a use called Drexel Hill Medical Building. And then on the north side of Garrett is that C1 commercial district, which has the uses that Dr. Benedetto mentioned earlier.
Okay. Are you familiar with the subject property, the property at 359 Owen Avenue?
Yes, I visited the property and took photographs that I've included in my report, both on September 4th and September 14th. I walked along the frontages of Garrett Road and Lansdowne Avenue on both of those dates when I took the photos.
And I'm going to ask you, I guess we're going to go down, if we can, to the exhibits which are marked as, now let's go down to TC, D, E, F, and G. Can you, I brought up TC 1D. Can you describe what that is a photograph of?
Sure. So TC1D is a photo that I took standing very close to where the driveway goes into the TD Bank. It shows the curb cut along Garrett in the northeast corner of the subject property, looking west along Garrett Road. So the dwelling on the left of the photo is the existing dwelling at 359 Owen Garrett Road in the center, and then on the right are the two-story commercial buildings on the north side of Garrett.
Okay.
The next photo,
Just
if you could scroll up.
Yeah. TC1E.
Okay, so yes, if you could just scroll up a little more. There we go. So I took the photo TC1E close to the corner of Owen and Garrett. You have to scroll down a little bit.
You can.
There
Are
we
you
go.
not seeing?
The one-story brick building that's shown on the left is the Drexel Hill Medical. Well, go down a little bit. Scroll down. There we go. So the one-story brick building on the left is the Drexel Hill Medical Building that has parking in three places. One along Garrett, where there are meters, along Owen, whereas the vehicles shown parked along the parking lot. And then there's a driveway access along Owen in the rear.
And is that, you're standing on the
Again, Garrett is shown to the, yeah, so 359 Owen is shown with the grass and the hedge left to the center of the photo. So it's the intersection of Owen and Garrett. And then on the right, again, are the two-story buildings on the north side of Garrett.
Okay. And then if I go
And
down.
then the final photo in 1F, I now got in the center of Garrett, 359 Owen is on the right, and on the left are the two-story medical offices and commercial uses on the north side of Garrett. So I'm looking east on Garrett toward Lansdowne Avenue.
Okay. And did you also inspect the portion of the overlay district that was on Lansdowne Avenue?
Yes, beside the TD Bank at the southwest corner of Garrett and Lansdowne, there are 4 existing buildings that have been converted from residential to commercial use. And as you're showing this exhibit, I'm going to go to the same in my report. So the top left photo, excuse me one second. Okay. The top left photo is the law office at 340 Lansdowne Avenue. The top right are the dental offices at 321 Lansdowne Avenue. The bottom left is the medical offices at 318 Lansdowne Avenue, and the other is the church at 311 Lansdowne Avenue. And then the photo at the bottom, if you could scroll up. Very good. The photo at the bottom, I'm standing in the middle of Lansdowne Avenue, and I'm taking a photo looking north toward Garrett that shows the streetscape and the primarily residential character along Lansdowne Avenue.
Now, did you also, at my request, prepare some exhibits which created some visual background or help for understanding what we've just talked about? Aerial photographs?
Yes. So
I'm going to go to TC 1A, and I'll ask if you can identify what that shows.
Yes. So TC1A shows the subject property in yellow, and in the color blue is the outline of the, could you zoom out a moment to the whole exhibit? It looks like it's cropped on the screen. Maybe it's not. Okay. So in any event, on the north side of Garrett, outlined in red, is the commercial district. To the west of the subject property are the existing commercial uses that extend toward Windermere. The property.
Where I've got my cursor right now on the screen, can you see that?
Yes, that's the Drexel Hill Medical Building.
Okay, and then you come down here, these are the other commercial uses?
Yes, there's a bar in there and a bakery.
Okay, and the last one here on the end is?
Is a residential property facing Windermere, and it's the only property along Garrett that is not commercial, but is in the corridor residential office overlay district.
So this property here, even though it's not surrounded by commercial, is included in the district and could be converted to an office if the owner wanted to.
Correct.
Okay. I'm running my cursor down here and I'm working my way along a driveway back here. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes. The property on the west side of Owen, south of Garrett, the Drexel Hill Medical Building and the bar and the bakery have rear access, and where your cursor is currently located is a driveway. And that driveway actually is right across the street from the driveway that serves the subject property.
So that driveway provides access for cars parking behind those commercial uses?
Correct.
Now I'm going to, if I can, I'm going to go down to the next exhibit, which is exhibit TC1B, and I'll ask you if you can tell me what that is.
Yes, that shows the entire, in blue, blue outline, shows the entire Carter Residence Office Overlay District, both along Garrett and Lansdowne. It shows the subject property outlined in yellow and the C1 district property north of Garrett outlined in red.
And if I'm going along the right-hand side of Lansdowne, the top building up on the corner, which is the YMCA, is not included in the district. Is that correct? Where my cursor is?
Correct.
And the building that's down here on the corner, which is a restaurant.
Correct that. Yes. So the building that's a restaurant is Pearl Chinese and Japanese restaurant, which is at the corner of Green Hill and Lansdowne.
And I'm going to now go down to the, and I should, these are all exhibits that you prepared, or your office prepared.
Yes.
I'm going to go
Yes.
down to TC 1C, and I'm going to ask you if you can explain what that exhibit illustrates.
Yes. What I simply did is I took the preceding exhibit and I shaded in a red color all of the existing lots that are currently used for commercial use. So the TD Bank is at the southwest corner of Garrett Road and Lansdowne Avenue, across from the Lansdowne Avenue train station, and runs then down Lansdowne Avenue. On the same side, the west side of Lansdowne, if you could move your cursor to the first property south of the TD Bank, that's the law office. That's the law office. And then if you go down to the one below it that's shaded in red, that's the medical office. That would be the Allied Medical Associates at 318 Lansdowne Avenue. Across the street from the Allied Medical Office is the Lansdowne Family Dental, where you have the cursor. And then below that, heading toward Marshall, that's the Knox Orthodox Presbyterian Church at 311 Lansdowne.
And the rest of the properties along the Lansdowne are still used in a residential fashion, is that correct? The ones that aren't. So if I could ask you, is there any other residential?
Yeah, the ones that are not.
I'm Tom, I think we're having trouble. Is it?
Can you repeat that? Go ahead, Tom.
I didn't hear the question. It got muffled. It got masked out.
Okay. Let's not worry about it. Let me ask you, are there any properties besides our property? Are there any other residential properties in this map that are surrounded on three sides by commercial uses?
They're not. As shown on this exhibit, each of the commercial properties have a residential property in between them, except for ours that's bookended by commercial TD Bank to the east and the group of buildings, including Drexel Hill Medical to the west, and then all of those offices north of Garrett to the north.
Now, have you reviewed the site plan that was prepared by Dave Damon concerning this, the potential conversion of this property to a doctor's office?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and that would be, that's exhibit A3, I believe it is. Yeah, A3. And I'm going to ask you if you can address, if you would, the parking configuration and the flow of traffic and why that's relevant.
Sure. The advantage of including this property in the Carter Residence Office Overlay District is that it enjoys two curb cuts that are existing, one along Owen, shown on the left side of this exhibit, and then one along Garrett, shown in the northeast corner of the exhibit. The ordinance requires a sympathetic adaptive reuse where you can't really expand the building. So this drawing depicts retaining the footprint of the existing dwelling and garage and adaptively reusing them, as Dr. Benedetto mentioned, for administrative functions for his practice. Mr. Damon has highlighted the flow of vehicular movement and the angle parking arrangement, and has indicated where some of the existing pavement would be removed near the northeast corner of the property. But it would save all the existing trees on the property.
is the traffic flow is depicted here one way in on Owen and out on Garrett beneficial as it relates to the residential neighborhood to the south?
Yes, because it would not involve vehicular movement south on Owen Avenue toward Marshall. So vehicles would enter along Owen and exit on Garrett.
So there would be no reason why a vehicle wouldn't be leaving and driving down Owen. If it leaves, it's going to be on Garrett, not going into the residential neighborhood. The way that's
Correct,
stated.
because it's a one-way driveway.
Now, you've reviewed the plans, you've reviewed the character of the overlay district here. You've reviewed the surrounding area concerning our property. So I'm going to ask you, if in your opinion, does this property belong in the corridor residential office overlay district?
Yes, it's actually the best property that you could have because it's the only one that has two curb cuts. All of the other properties either have no curb cut, like the medical office building. Actually, I stand corrected. The TD Bank has two curb cuts. It has one on Garrett and one on Lansdowne. But the other properties, the law office, the medical office, the dentist, and the church just have a single curb cut. And so this property has a more graceful traffic circulation than the others, except for TD Bank. TD Bank is the largest, and it has the two curb cuts.
In your opinion, as a land planner, is there any reasonable basis based on the factors that are relevant to the zoning, based on the factors that are set out as reasons for the overlay district, for the disparate treatment of the subject property compared to the other properties along Garrett Road and along Lansdowne Avenue within the overlay district generally?
Not that I'm aware of. On both occasions, when I visited the property, I walked on the property. I looked at all the adjoining property. I looked at the traffic flow. And it's a perfect property to include. And I had to scratch my head to try to figure out why it was excluded, but I don't know. I don't know why it was excluded, but it looks like it has all the good
I have some
characteristics
insight.
that would be compliant.
Mayor, there will be an opportunity for your questions after Mr. Buckler finishes examination and Mr. Ewald cross-examines.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you the question again. Is there, in your opinion, is there any reasonable basis based on your knowledge and your expertise as a land planner for the exclusion of this property from the overlay district?
I think he's already answered that question.
No. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'd like to expand, if I may. I've written so many zoning ordinances. I am aware that section 605, called classifications of the municipality's planning code, is the enabling legislation for overlay districts. And when I reviewed that earlier today, I couldn't find any provision in section 605 that rose to the level that would exclude this property. So that's another reason why I believe that it should be in the overlay district.
Are there any? Are there any?
Because it's like the other properties that are already in the overlay district.
Okay. In your opinion, is the property treated in an unjustifiably different way from the surrounding properties?
Yes.
And are those opinions given with a reasonable degree of certainty based on your expertise?
Yes.
Now, if I were to ask you to identify the single residential structure in the overlay district area, which is the least well suited to a residential use, Would it be fair to say that this property that's at risk that we're talking about here would be the one that would fit that definition?
I believe so. I tried to picture, and I spent a good amount of time on the property. I just tried to imagine that I would live there. And I couldn't imagine that because of the adjoining land use intensity for commercial and the purpose and intent of the Corridor Residential Overlay District. It talks about being along a heavily traveled commercial corridor, which this is. And so it's a perfect property for the overlay district.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Ewald?
Thank you. I do have a number of questions. I want to turn your attention to the overlay district. And let me see. So I just want to walk through the overlay district and get a feel for what it actually does. Now, 702A talks about the intent and the applicability of it. I would ask you one question about that. Is Owen Avenue a corridor?
I would say it is not.
Okay. Now, as we look
I
at
think
it,
the corridors are Garrett and Lansdowne.
okay. And as we look at the ordinance itself, it says that the use regulations, what it does is it adds a special exception to allow for professional or medical offices. And then it provides
Correct.
the standards for the special exception use and the review criteria, right?
Correct.
But as far as the development standards go and the parking and the general regulations, it says it leaves all of that untouched, and it's the same as what it would be without the overlay, right?
It says the base district applies, correct.
Right. So if you have a residence in the base district and you have a residence that are two residences in the base district and one of them is in the overlay district, the only real difference between the zoning on those properties is this extra special exception that's allowed, right?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were looking at this, you emphasized that the ordinance says that some properties on highly traveled or that have exposure to highly traveled streets do not lend themselves exclusively to residential use as the highest and best use. But there is a residential use might be the highest and best use, right?
Perhaps.
Okay. So
I would say the basis for my answer is as I walked along all of the properties, Mr. Ewald, along Lansdowne Avenue, there are several what I'll call deferred maintenance properties, which sadly have not been maintained very well, which are probably least best use for residential. And then I noticed at Windermere and Garrett, a property that's in the district, I think is inappropriate for commercial overlay because it has very limited frontage on Garrett and very poor access off of Windermere.
okay. So I'm glad you talked about or you brought up your journey through the neighborhood, because I looked at your pictures and I saw your review of your pictures, but I didn't see any pictures of Owen Avenue. Did you walk Owen Avenue?
I walked, I drove the whole length. I walked down a few properties.
Okay, and all of those properties are residential, correct?
Very much so, yes.
And this property abuts residential to the south, correct?
Correct.
And did you have an opportunity to walk past the buildings that are on Garrett that were added to this overlay district?
Everything that's shown in the exhibits, I did walk along. If you would take me to a specific corner, I could tell you, but I did drive the whole neighborhood. I drove Garrett several blocks to the west, for example.
Okay. Well, let's
For
start with the
example, I
block
drove
between
up
Owen
to
and Windermere.
Fairfax.
Let's start
yes.
with that block between Owen and Windermere, because if you look at those buildings that are on, that are included, and that's the dentist office, that building was never a residence, right?
It doesn't appear so.
Okay. And if you look at the buildings that are next to it, let me just pull my computer. (2312) Garrett, which has the bar in it, and abutting that, you've got 2314 and 2316, which has the martial arts studio and the Cheesecake Company in it. Those were designed when they were originally built to have commercial on the first floor and residences above, correct?
I assume so. I wasn't around when that happened, but I assume so. That's what it appears to be.
Yeah. So those buildings, those 4 buildings there, are substantially different from this building, which that was originally designed as a single-family home, and when it was bought by the applicant was a single-family home, and then was later converted to a duplex, right?
Correct.
And as you drove and you continued down Garrett, past Windermere, do you recall what the nature of the land use was there?
Sure. Once you go west of Windermere, the grade starts to rise, and it's not until you get up to Fairfax, where at the southwest corner, Dr. Robert Madonna has a family dentist office, and it's the only other commercial property that I found in that particular block. But you're correct. The land use west of Windermere up to Fairfax is all residential until you get to that corner with Fairfax.
And besides that, office there, you keep going, you go to Lakeview, you go to Upland, you go to Kirk's, you go to Lombardy. All of those blocks are all residential, right?
Correct. And there are no corridor residential overlay districts in that neighborhood that you just described to me.
Okay. And there's dozens of homes on Owen just in that one block between Garrett and Marshall, right?
Yes, let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 19 of them between Garrett and Marshall on the east side. And since they are bookended, let's just say 19 on each side.
Okay. And when you look at the district itself, so we're talking about the overlay district, but if you look at this particular neighborhood, what, and I'm just going to pull up the whole zoning map because I understand we wanted to focus on this corner that this property is on. But if you look at what the underlying zoning district is, every property that you mentioned, with the exception of the YMCA, is in the R1 zoning district, right?
Correct.
So the bar, the dental office, the cheesecake place, the martial arts studio, you know, those items that were included in the overlay district, they're all already in the R1 district, which is the identical district that that this subject property is in. Even the bank. And
Yes.
you look at
Yeah,
the R1 district.
as is the law office. May I finish?
Sure.
I like to answer the question. Okay, as are the law office, the Allied Medical Office, the Lansdowne Family Dental, and the Knox Orthodox Presbyterian Church on Lansdowne, they're also in the overlay district.
And if you look at, or if you consider the actual size of the R1 district, the R1 district itself is expansive, right?
Yes.
Probably constitutes a large percent, maybe 25% of the entire township, hundreds of acres.
I haven't done that calculation.
Fair enough.
I'll have to take your word for it. Yeah.
When you look at, I'm going to turn your attention to the overlay district next. Let me see if I can pull that up. So when you look at the overlay district, it's on Lansdowne Avenue. It's also other places in the township, right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that there's 2 parcels on Lansdowne that are in that stretch, that most of the parcels are included, but the YMCA and the Pearl Chinese restaurant aren't included in the overlay district, right?
Correct.
I mean, do you feel that the
And
township
the
is discriminating
YMCA
against
is
those
our,
parcels as well?
Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't get the question or the answer.
Sorry.
YMCA district was something there, Tom.
I was in the middle of my answer, and I'll just try to finish it this time. So the YMCA at the southeast corner of Lansdowne and Garrett is in an R3 district. The Pearl Restaurant is in an R1 district. It's not part of the overlay, as shown in TC1C.
And do you feel it was inappropriate to not include those in the overlay district?
I don't know the decision-making practice that went into it, but because they are not in there, I have to assume somebody had some reason for it. I don't know that reason.
But you don't know the decision-making process for this property either, right?
That's correct, and I said that earlier in my testimony.
Okay. And earlier in your testimony, you talked about the method of access to the property being the entrance would be on Owen and the exit would be on Garrett. And you said that was good because every vehicle would exit on Garrett, so it would discourage traffic on Owen, right?
I said it would discourage traffic heading southbound on Owen beyond the curb cut that it currently exists.
But if every entrance is on Owen, then it encourages traffic on Owen as well, right?
It does. As Mr. Buckler pointed out at the beginning this evening, we're not in front of the zoning hearing board for special exception to go through all of those details. And I suppose, because I'm also a licensed landscape architect that draws these plans, that you could also have as the current curb cut in the northeast corner of the property, even though Mr. Damon's exhibit shows the arrow facing north, you could have right turn in and right turn out. So some of the proposed parking on the east side of the garage could be accessed from Garrett. But taking Mr. Damon's drawing on face value, it appears that he's suggesting ingress on Owen and egress on Garrett.
And we've already talked about how the character of the south side of Garrett, going all the way up to Lombardi. And you mentioned that here, it abuts the C1 district at the end of Owen. And of course, there's the overlay district. But districts have boundaries, and there's an argument for whether a property should be included in the neighboring district for every property, right?
In my 47 years of experience of doing overlay districts, I have never excluded a property that has these characteristics that are homogeneous with the adjoining properties on the east and west. So that's why I said I couldn't figure out why someone would exclude it.
But it's not homogeneous because the ones on the east and west were built to be commercial, right?
As were the residents on Lansdowne. It's one corridor from Windermere to Lansdowne and then down Lansdowne to Marshall. It's the only property that's residential that's excluded.
Well, you could interpret it as two corridors, one on Lansdowne and one on the block of Garrett between Windermere and Owen. Right?
Okay.
And
it doesn't say that anywhere in the zoning ordinance, so I can't make that interpretation. You might be able to, but I can't make that interpretation.
Right, but there's other locations on Garrett, and other streets in the township that are not contiguous, that are separate corridor districts, right?
Can you explain that? I'm not following your question, please.
Well, you're saying this must be one contiguous district, but there's other sections of the overlay that are further to the west that are separated by many blocks, to the north that are on a completely different corridor, to the west heading north that are on a completely different corridor. So not all the overlay district itself is not interconnected. They've identified particular sections of the corridor that are appropriate for this overlay, and those sections could be independent of each other. Do you agree with that?
I disagree. The reason I disagree is that the zoning map speaks for itself. There are groups of properties that are shown to have the corridor overlay district and the C1 district joining one another. And that attribute is common to each of the three corridor overlay district areas. And so what we found on Lansdowne is the YMCA and the Pearl Restaurant were not included. I haven't studied the other two corridors to know what's conditioned, but as I look at the zoning map, I find all the blue color connected except when it comes into C1. If I liken the zoning map to a clock at 2 o'clock, and if I liken the zoning map to a clock at 9 o'clock, I find two corridors, each of which have continuous blue color except for when it's the C1 district. Clearly, there are other sections of the township, like on Garrett, between the one that we're talking about at 359 Owen and the one to the west that doesn't have a corridor. There's also many other roads in the township that don't have the corridor. We're here tonight to talk about why is this one property not included when in all other places they are contiguous. And I was asked to give an opinion. And my opinion is that I don't find any logical reason for it. You might have to put on witnesses to explain why they did that, but I can't figure it out.
When some other people might have other.
I just changed my paper. Can I have 10 seconds here? I gotta just change paper for a second.
Sure.
Sorry. Okay. All right, thank you. Go ahead there, Carl.
Now, is the office use or the medical office use available in other districts and on other properties in the township?
It's allowed in the corridor overlay district, wherever the corridor overlay district is located.
Okay. Now, I remember you talking about standing in the parking lot of this property, and you were looking at it and you said, you thought to yourself, you couldn't imagine you would ever live there. But people do live there, right?
Yeah, the question that I asked myself was through the lens of the highest and best use for the property terms that are used in the zoning ordinance, not my term, it's used in the zoning ordinance. And so, sure, people could live there forever. You could also live above if they decided to have residents above. And as Dr. Benedetto said, his operation facility will be across the street. This is going to be for administrative offices, which is a pretty low intensity use for a property.
And you heard Dr. Benedetto testify that he's had people living there for the past, ever since he purchased it in 2003, right?
Correct.
So, well, this might not be a place that you want to live. It could be the best option for other people who need a place to live, right?
Sure.
Okay. That's all the questions I have in this round.
All right, Mr. Buckler, any redirect at this point before we open up to council and the mayor or anyone else that wants to ask some questions?
No.
All right, Laura, if you want to see what council members might have questions of this witness or the mayor?
Yes, I think the mayor should go because I know she was eager to speak. So go ahead, Mayor Keffer. You need to turn on your mic.
So is this proposed, we have to be careful not to just change the zoning for a certain owner, I think. And I'm just wondering if the idea is to change the zoning for this property so that the medical office can move across the street and not just to provide parking for the medical office on the other side of Garrett Road. So you have people parking there and walking across Garrett Road to get to that spot. I mean, I just don't understand. I don't understand what the purpose of this is. So I'd like a real simple explanation. Somebody owns the property on
So I would just suggest, Mayor, you put it in the form of a question.
Somebody owns the property at 359 Owen, and that same person has a medical practice across the street on Garrett. And so you're changing it so that you can, there's already a parking lot there at 359 Owen. I noticed that you didn't include that in your pictures too much, but it's there. And I'll go there tomorrow and take pictures. But what are we doing here? What that you want? Are you moving the office across the street to Owen Avenue, or what are you doing?
I think the doctor answered that. He testified that he would be moving certain functions of his office. He wouldn't move the whole. He's got a practice that is expanded beyond the space that he currently owns.
So this is about a parking lot then? What certain other offices, or what are you talking about?
And I would say to you
Is the
that
attorney testifying? Should he be sworn in?
Well, I'm not sure who she. I mean, I think I'm not
Why-
sure.
Mr. Buckler, why don't you see if Mr. Benedetto could answer the question? That would be more. Yep.
Okay, sure. Dr. Benedetto?
We need additional administrative space, and we need to send employees over for that space. And I'd like to use that house for administrative activity. But the other answer I would like to give you, and I hope I'm not out of line, but if my patients who come from 2 hours away, all over the area, they don't have that lot, they can park all around the neighborhood. They can park all over Owen Avenue. They can park all over Drexel Park, which they have in the past. And they can walk all around the neighborhood to come to the office because they want to come to see us. And they have skin cancer that really needs to be taken care of. So if they don't have a parking lot adjacent to the office, they're going to park all over the place, including the YMCA, and they've been thrown out of the YMCA, and it's been chaos. So I thought, in the best interest of my patients, that I can provide them with some of the parking lot. Because if you look at the property line, the trolley tracks come directly onto the space that I should have had for parking in the back of the building. So I have no parking whatsoever in the back of the building. The only parking facility that I have is all over the neighborhood.
Any follow-up to that, Mayor?
This is about parking. Okay, that's fine.
Now, I assume there are no further questions for Dr. Benedetto because we should really be asking questions of Mr. Comita at this point. We can always go back to Dr. Benedetto if that's the point, but let's try to keep the witnesses consistent just for the record.
Okay, are there any council members that have questions for Mr. Comita? Councilman Hafiz, Councilman Tunis, go ahead. And then I see Councilman Sadiq and Silva, but go ahead, Councilman Tunis.
So I believe Mr. Comita said he's representing over 130 municipalities in Pennsylvania.
133, yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction. Has any of those three, I believe you said 47 years of experience?
Yes.
Have any of those clients been Upper Darby Township?
No.
Okay.
Laura?
I'm sorry. Councilman Siddiq, go ahead. You need to unmute yourself.
Yeah, I would like to ask Dr. Anthony that what's the patient ratio every day? How many patients in and out every day in the facility?
Dr. Benedetto will have
I
to
believe
answer
Dr.
that.
Benedetto will be better equipped to handle that.
It varies. It varies with the surgeries they are having. On cancer days, it's 6 patients in most of the day and maybe another 5 or 6 in the afternoon. On general dermatology days, it's around 20 patients and sometimes more. So it varies on what we're doing. Some of the surgeries can take 4, 5, 6, 7 hours. So there's only so much time that I can devote to any of the patients. But, you know, the patients have tried to park around the neighborhood and they get tickets, they get towed. I mean, it's just, it's impossible. Plus the employees. I have a number of employees that need to park and we don't have the space. I think if this continues, we may have to leave the area.
Thank you.
And then Councilman Silva.
Thanks. Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Comita. So you were saying that you couldn't see why this location would be excluded from the overlay. Have you ever seen like where it looks like a property was skipped? I mean, could you think of any reason why perhaps in any situation you would have an overlay where one property that would otherwise be connected would not be connected?
Usually, in my experience, it's either a topographic or hydrologic or geologic reason, and namely, if a stream or wetland is on the property, it would be a hydrologic hiccup. Topographic, let's assume that the first 10 feet were flat and then there was a cliff in the back. Sometimes topographically, properties are excluded, or from a geologic standpoint, let's say there's a large boulder or incredibly large rock where you couldn't actually build something. I grew up in Manayunk, and a few blocks from my house, the hillside was all rock and you couldn't build anything on it. So it's still green. But other than those 3 reasons, when there's a continuous frontage with characteristics that are common, like I saw here, I didn't find any topographic, hydrologic, or geologic reason for the hiccup.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other council members that have questions or concerns? Councilman Gwynn, you're thinking about it. Councilman Gwynn, go ahead. Go unmute yourself.
You need to unmute, Counselor.
Sorry. This may not really qualify to your thing, but it may give you some background to it. My recollection is that the Topsers owned the property all the way from Lansdowne to Owen. The situation was one was the funeral home and the other was the personal residence. That's why that was separated and treated differently.
Right. Thank you.
I think that when there was citations that were issued, that was because it was as a corner property of a residency, and there are limitations as to you have 2 front yards when you have a corner property. The front where it faces and the other side where the other property is. And then they expanded their parking area, creating more parking area using what should be their frontage and backyard, the side yard. And that's where the issues came up.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else from council have any questions or concerns? Seeing none.
I'll do council.
Oh, sorry, Michelle.
Yeah, that's okay.
Councilwoman Phillips, go ahead.
So, I just want to confirm the address where the, I don't know if it's where the property is.
359 Owen Avenue.
And so I guess my confusion is coming in because is that where the space is? What we're talking about, what you're talking about, not me, I'm not talking about it, but where you're talking about where the parking is? It's on Owen Avenue.
I think it's
on Owen Avenue? I guess that's what I'm asking.
So it's typical for the postmaster to give an address where the front door is. And I don't know the date that the house was built. Let's assume it was built over 70 years ago. And at that time, still had the front door facing Owen. So that's why it has the Owen address. And then when it became the funeral home parking area, they built that garage there in the southeast corner. And that's why it's called 359 Owen, because the front door faces Owen.
So is it possible, just a question, so is it possible that the overlay is a commercial strip because it's not on Garrett, and it's because it's on a residential, it's excluded because it's on a residential street, because it's on Owen? Just a question.
I thought about that, and then I wondered why the one at Windermere and Garrett was included, because on the southeast corner of Windermere and Garrett, the house also faces Windermere and has very limited frontage on Garrett, but it is included, and ours is not included. The other thing I wanted to say is the curative amendment process, while it sounds that this hearing's adversarial, it's an administrative remedy that a property owner has to seek a change in the zoning. And so under these changed circumstances where the funeral home is not there anymore, and it is what it is today, and I've just been brought on in the last 2 months, I'm looking at the conditions of the property as they exist today. The TD Bank, the subject property, the other properties along the frontage. If our property was declared ineligible and not included in the district, then I asked myself, why was the one on the southeast corner of Windermere, which is less qualified to be converted, why is it included and the subject property is excluded? And for that reason is why I prepared my expert witness report to outline the facts as I saw them.
Thank you.
Laura, do you want to see if there are any
Thank
further?
Yeah, anyone else from council? Councilwoman Faralia had to leave. She apologizes for having to depart the meeting early. She will check the video to catch up on whatever she missed. But I'm not seeing any other council members wanting to speak. Seeing none, please continue.
Okay, if there are no further council members, are there any further questions from Mr. Buckler and or Mr. Ewald of Mr. Committa?
I don't have any further questions.
I just have one.
You said,
you look at the ordinance, the only properties that are eligible for actually taking advantage of the special exception under the overlay district are residential properties, which are currently being used as residences and might be converted to a business or commercial office use. So would it have been appropriate for 2300 Garrett, where the medical office building is, or the TD Bank, to have been included in the district?
Good question. It's like a chicken and an egg. Whoever came up with the idea of the overlay district and whoever wrote the words, they don't quite match, because as you just pointed out, Mr. Ewald, the text of the ordinance talks about converting an existing dwelling to an office use. If I understand your question correctly, there is in the overlay district properties zoned residential, but have always been used commercial. So it's a disconnect literally with what you're asking me, because of the principle of taking a residential use and reusing it for professional offices.
And I'm sorry, I just thought of one more question. You talked about the property on the corner of Windermere and Garrett, as you were surprised that it was included in the district. Do you know what the address of that property is?
I don't. It's at the southeast corner, but because it faces Windermere, I would have to assume it has a Windermere address.
But if I told you it has a Garrett address, you wouldn't have any reason to discount that, right?
Not from you, Mr. Ewald.
That's all the questions that I have.
Okay, any further question? Oh,
If I
Mr.
could,
Buckler?
just one quick, I mean, in terms of the characteristics that are relevant to a zoning classification, is the street address at the post office applies to a particular property of any relevance?
Not really. I think the land use characteristics, the traffic conditions, the homogeneity of the streetscape are all more factually relevant than the address.
Okay, that was my only question.
Okay.
I would just like to just to say one more thing, and that's the current owner of 359 Ellen bought the property in 2004, and the township underwent a whole revision of the zoning code where these decisions were made that we're discussing now. Like, this is in the overlay district, this isn't, and I guess there weren't any objections at that time. So it would seem to me to be that either an exception was made for that property, or there's no objection to that property being part of an overlay district. But now, you know, that's 10 years later, the property's not, can be used for something else. And that's why that there's a question about changing the zoning on that property. This is not a new property owner. This property owner's had the property since 2003 or 4. And
Mayor, is that a, just
kind of,
to be clear, I understand, we understand your statement. Is there a question of the witness?
no, I'm just making a comment.
All right. Okay, any other comments, questions for this witness? Okay, is that your final witness, Mr. Buckler?
It is, Mr. Kilkenny, and just to make the record clear, I would like to offer exhibits A1 through A7 and exhibits TC1A through TC1G into evidence.
They're admitted, yeah. Mr. Ewald, do you have any witnesses?
I do. I have one, and just since we were doing it at the beginning of the presentation, I have 3 exhibits that I'd like to offer. The first one we've already shown is the full zoning map.
And how would you like these exhibits marked, just so we're clear
I
for
guess
the record?
T1 for Township 1. Does that work?
I think we already have Township T1 through 5, so this could be T6. Yeah.
Okay. Then the full overlay map is T7. And then the County Planning Department review as T8.
Okay.
And luckily, I think I got a lot of my questions in with the last 2 witnesses, so I should be pretty quick. And
so let's get the witness sworn. Yeah.
We've got Mike Galante.
All right, Michael. Mike, you swear the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
All right. So Mike, could you just tell us what your position is with the township?
I currently serve as the township engineer. I'm the owner of MG Engineering Associates. And I've worked on numerous land development projects throughout Pennsylvania, New Jersey, licensed professional planner in New Jersey, and have my bachelor's and master's of science at Rutgers University.
And as part of your duties with the township, do you review development and other plans for code compliance?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the neighborhood surrounding 359 Owen Street?
Yes.
In fact, do you happen to be working on any projects in that neighborhood currently?
Yeah, earlier in the meeting, I think there was some mention to it. There's a traffic calming project. I think you'll see in the photos. There's some delineators put up, a right turn restriction at the intersection of Garrett and Owen. And also we are working on a speed cushion project and traffic calming along Owen Avenue. There were previous attempts to calm traffic there, and we're looking at different options to try to assist the residents in that area with the traffic problems.
And so you mentioned traffic problems. What are the traffic problems on Owen?
Owen, in my opinion, it serves as a cut through. It actually connects through Lansdowne. So it's, you don't really see that on the Upper Darby maps. It kind of cuts it off, but it actually extends down through Lansdowne. You get truck traffic. You'll get, cars going in at various velocities and over the speed limit. And one of the items that the residents are very adamant about is getting some traffic calming and some speed humps / cushions in that area to help calm the traffic. Ultimately, basically what would happen is Lansdowne Avenue backs up. Owen somewhat acts as a cut through.
And you want to prevent it from being a cut through or a corridor?
Yes.
And do you have any similar projects on Windermere?
No.
And are you aware of Windermere having problems with cut through?
Not to my knowledge. It's a completely different street than what you have on Owen Avenue.
Okay. And there was mention of a property on the corner of Garrett and Windermere. Do you know what the address of that property is?
Yeah, 2318 Garrett.
Okay. And you're familiar with the zoning for this neighborhood?
Yes.
And all of the properties that we've been talking about, do they all share the same zoning?
There's various zoning, throughout the area. I mean, we could discuss that, but there's property that we're talking about now is an R1 on Owen. Windermere is also. If you had the zoning map, it could assist me. I'm just going off the memory, but yeah, it's R1 primarily in this area, except for when you get north, you hit the C1 district.
So I'm pulling up was marked as T6. And that, does that refresh your recollection of what the zoning is?
So it's
for-
R1 with north of the page is C1.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are the uses that extend down Owen?
Owen Avenue is residential as you extend down toward Marshall.
And are there any properties that have primary frontage on Owen that are involved in the overlay district?
No.
Okay. And what the properties that are west of this property that are included in the overlay district, the medical office building, the bar, the martial arts studio, do they have anything in common?
They front on Garrett.
Okay. And when those properties were built, were they built solely as residential properties?
Based on review of historic errors, it looks like they've been commercial at construction.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead to try and keep this moving. Did the county planning commission or planning department review this?
Yes.
And did they provide comment and recommendation?
Yes, they did.
And when they did, did you review it?
Yes.
And what was their recommendation?
Their recommendation was there were two, I guess you would call statements made regarding the spot zone, the zoning itself, and I think the applicant has two arguments. One saying that it's spot zoned, and the other saying that it's in the actual use itself deprives the owner. The R1 district is confiscatory and deprives the landowner of reasonable use of their property. And I think the county drew the conclusion that since the property abuts and fronts on Owen Avenue, that it does not support that spot zoning claim. And they also made a recommendation.
I'm going to object at this point. Is Mr. Galante offering his opinion, or is he offering introduce hearsay evidence that I've not seen before of somebody else's opinion on this matter?
No, I'm just strictly stating what the county summarizing. I could read the county
You have
comments.
not, just to clarify, Mr. Buckler, so you have not seen the county planning department's
I
review?
have not seen that, no.
Okay, well, this has been admitted or offered as an exhibit by Mr. Ewald. You did not object, so I'm.
I didn't, he identified them. He hasn't offered them. I was waiting for, for him to, I mean, if he's gonna, he didn't offer them into evidence yet. He identified. I'm sorry if I,
Well,
I don't.
Wait, hold on.
I don't know what he's talking about. He said a county report. I don't know what he's talking about.
Mr. Buckler, just, okay, I understand your objection, Mr. Buckler. Mr. Ewald?
This review is specifically required by the MPC in these proceedings. So, I think it's relevant, and I think it should be admitted if you admit it for whatever weight it's worth.
All right, is there, okay. So as far as Mr. Galante goes, the exhibit will speak for itself. It'll come to its conclusions. Is there anything more you want from Mr. Galante other than his general knowledge of this exhibit?
No.
Okay. So maybe perhaps there would be a motion to to admit exhibits P6, 7, and 8. Was that Mr. Ewald? Can you just
Correct.
identify them real quick again?
Yes, it's the full zoning map as T6, the full overlay map is T7, and the planning department review comments as T8.
All right,
And I would
so,
object to the admission of T8 as I have.
okay. Miss Wentz, you heard there was a motion to accept the exhibits. Council can take those exhibits and give them whatever weight they so choose. It would be my recommendation that there would be a motion to accept exhibits T6. Actually, let's just do T6, T1 through T8 to be very clear.
Okay. Okay, so council members, please turn on your microphones. At this point in time, can we get a motion to admit exhibits T1 through T8?
I'd like to make a motion.
Bob Gwynn,
Second.
please, Tunis. Great. Are there any questions or concerns about these exhibits from
And
council?
Mr. Buckler's objections are noted for the record.
Right, right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who
Tom, do
made
you
the
have a
motion?
problem?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, the motion was made by Councilman Gwynn
Oh, okay,
and it was seconded by Councilman Tunis.
right, I got the, thank you. Just wanted to make
Okay.
sure. Thanks.
Okay, any questions or concerns? Seeing none, everyone turn on your microphone. So Councilwoman, I just wanted to check or excused absence. Okay.
Wait, I'm sorry, I do have one question.
Yes,
So
go ahead.
what was the nature of the was he objecting to the way the evidence was being portrayed, like secondhand, or was he objecting to the evidence being admitted? I'm a
He's
little
objecting to the
confused.
evidence being admit. I don't want to speak for Mr. Butler. The evidentiary standard in a hearing like this is relevance. And as I said, council can take this for whatever weight it so chooses, and as Mr. Ewald said, this is part of the MPC process. Mr. Buckler, I believe Mr. Silver wants you to restate your objection.
My objection was to it being, well, I guess my first objection was I've not seen it before, which is, and there's not a mechanism for me to see this, so I even really know what I'm objecting to. I'm just, without seeing it, it's difficult for me to know what it says, but I did object to Mr. Galante simply reading it into the record as if it had some, without knowing more about what it said.
Okay, so because we did earlier make a motion to submit his, Mr. Buckler's exhibits into the hearing, so it makes sense for us to do the same township exhibits.
Yep.
And then therefore, Mr.
Yes,
Galante
it's-
would
the
be
record's
over
clear.
to it without.
No, and I don't think there would be any, and Mr. Let's do the motion in a second. Let's.
Yes, okay, great. So we've been moved and seconded. Council members, turn on your microphones. All those in favor of approving the exhibits 1 through 8, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your name. Ayes have it.
Okay. And Mr. Ewald, if you can provide those exhibits, email them both obviously to Mr. Buckler as soon as possible, so he has them.
I'm doing it right now.
Okay.
As well
That'll
as
be.
council.
Yes, and as well as council, so we all have them for the record. Great.
Well, he can get it to me and then I'll get it to everybody else.
Okay, sounds good.
After the meeting. Okay.
And I believe, Mr. Ewald, you don't really, now that this is in the record, you don't really need, do you need to query Mr. Galante on it?
I don't think I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's all the questions I have for Mr. Galante.
Thank you. Did you say that's all?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
there's gonna be some cross mic. You guys hang around.
Oh, yeah. I'm not leaving. I was just gonna mute myself. Yeah.
I have,
Mr. Buckler?
so we had some discussion about traffic on Owen.
Yes.
can you tell me what that was, what you think the relevance of the traffic on Owen is to the application?
To your application or to the residential overlay district?
To our
Road
application.
overlay.
To our application to use the property at 359 as part of the residential overlay district.
Well, I think part of the concern would be utilizing that property as since it's utilized as a duplex at this time, utilizing it now as a commercial use parking lot could potentially add additional traffic to that area and contribute to the traffic that already exists on the roadway. And I think that is the relevance there as it pertains to when you're talking about corridors and the zoning itself.
So your concern, you're saying that there's a problem on Owen Avenue. You have a traffic problem on Owen Avenue.
We have, documented occurrences on Owen Avenue, and we are actively taking measures to improve the traffic in that corridor. And it's been an ongoing process for approximately, I would say, at least 2 to 3 years, maybe even longer.
And so your answer to that is to restrict the use of the property at the end of Owen Avenue to residential to help address the traffic problem that's on Owen Avenue. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I said. No, what I said was that it's a residential property now. It ties in with the rest of the residential properties. Converting it, utilizing it as a commercial parking lot would exacerbate potentially any traffic problems that could occur on that roadway.
Okay.
There would be additional trips that could potentially increase traffic on the residential corridor.
No further questions.
Any questions from, if Councilor Wentz wants to see if there are any questions from council or anyone else for this witness?
Yes, any council members or mayor have any questions for Mr. Galante? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, so couple things I'm going to suggest. First of all, I know Mr. Buckler did not have the opportunity to see the Planning Commission letter that Mr. Galante was commenting on, which got in the record. So because I'm going to suggest the council make a motion to continue this hearing until October 14th at 7 p.m. As advertised in our newspaper of general circulation on Zoom. I would hope that Mr. Ewald would make Mr. Galante available just in the case that Mr. Buckler had any questions based on the Township exhibits T1 to T8 to query him on that. Is that acceptable to you, Mr. Buckler?
Yes.
Okay.
I just have a question on specifics of 7 p.m. because in the beginning of our meeting at 7 p.m. We're required to do a public hearing or public comment for the beginning of the meeting. So is it better to assign it to later on in the meeting?
No.
Or does it have to be assigned to 7 o'clock, but doesn't have to happen?
The easiest thing to do it is assign it to 7 o'clock, but that's when your regular meeting is. And
Okay.
people know, then they're put on notice if they want to, come at any time. You just
Okay.
can't, you can't start earlier. That's the general.
Right.
So I'm trying to just keep it consistent. That's all.
Right. I just didn't want to make sure we had to start the hearing right at 7 because we have other obligations.
And then perhaps Ms. Wentz, the public had the opportunity to hear this hearing. I don't know if Ms. Dobbins collected any public comment related to this hearing per se, but I would ask, she did. Okay, Ms. Dobbins, can you read that public comment into the record?
The first comment is a voicemail. My name is Mary Ellen Scott, 316 Owen Avenue, Lansdowne, PA, and I'm calling about the zoning variance requested for 359 Owen Avenue. They want to change it from residential to commercial, and I'm just concerned about what kind of commercial use he wants it for. Does he want it for a parking lot? Does he plan to keep the house? I wouldn't have any objection to it being used for a low impact business such as a lawyer or a doctor, but anything beyond that, I might object to. Anything that would involve a lot of traffic coming onto Owen Ave, which has enough problems already. So I just want to say I'm not totally opposed to it being changed to a commercial as long as it's light commercial. I don't know if I was supposed to leave my number and then I'm not going to announce her number. And then thank you. End of comment.
Great, thank
Is
you.
that it?
No, there's more.
Please read them. Yeah.
Good evening, council. My name is Fran Click and I reside at 318 Owen Avenue, Drexel Hill. I have reviewed the curative zoning amendment that was submitted by the landowner at 359 Owen Ave and have some concerns relative to statements that were asserted in the application. They are as follows. 1, under item number 8, it is stated that 7 of the properties on the south side of Garrett Road between Lansdowne and Garrett Road were rezoned to C1 commercial status. It is my understanding that those properties, in addition to the properties on the north side, have had commercial status going as far back as the 1960s. All of those commercial properties face Garrett Road and are identified with Garrett Road mailing addresses in the commercial corridor. 2, under item number 10, it is stated that subject residence shares the same location on a highly traveled commercial road, i.e. Garrett Road. The residence was built on Owen Ave and does not face the commercial road. Accordingly, it carries R1 status and was excluded from the commercial corridor. In my opinion, I feel that it would be a mistake amending the Upper Darby Township zoning map to include residential properties that sit perpendicular to a designated commercial zone. In this case, it will allow properties adjacent to the revised zoning map to make the same argument and will set a precedent for future challenges. In addition, it will have a negative impact on a residential property values. Fran Click, end of comment. And those are all comments that were submitted this evening.
Her last name was Click, like K-L-I-C-K?
K-L-I-C-K, yes.
Thank you, man.
Okay. So just so the public is to put on notice, I'm going to recommend that council make a motion tonight to close to continue the public hearing, not close the public hearing, to October 14th at 7 p.m. for the regular Upper Darby council meeting advertisement. And both parties, Mr. Ewald and Mr. Buckler, are aware that they're going to submit briefs on the law of this by the 30th of September. And then when we go ahead and open that public hearing on the 14th, what we'll do is we'll see if there's any additional comment, have it read into the record, and then give Mr. Buckler an opportunity to query or cross-examine Mr. Galante before we close the public hearing. And then council may or may not take action that night, but I would assume they'll take action, because once we have the chance to have the exhibits, the briefs, I will forward them to council. I'll set up a time with Council President Wentz. The council can deliberate.
Great, thank you.
I had on my calendar that the council meeting was on the 21st. Was it?
There is also one on the 14th. I asked that we move it to the 14th because we have budget hearings on the 21st, and I did not want to conflict.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Buckler, Mr. Ewald, do you have any comments or suggestions to that process I just laid out?
It's
That's
perfectly
fine.
acceptable to me.
Okay. All right. Council President Wentz, I would suggest that council make a motion to continue this public hearing to its regularly scheduled meeting on October 14th.
Okay, so council members, please turn on your microphones. Can we get a motion to continue the public hearing to October 14th, 2020 at 7 p.m.?
So motion.
So Councilwoman Blackwell and Gwynn. And Councilman Gwynn. Okay, any questions and concerns on this motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say your no, your name. Ayes have it. Thank you. It has continued.
I have a question, Council President
Yes.
Nguyen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Isn't it also our budget meeting?
The 14th is not.
Okay, all right. Okay.
That's the reason why it's scheduled for the 14th, so that we are not conflicting with the budget.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I would anticipate Councilor Billups that the 14th will probably be brief, meaning I don't think there'll be a lot of questions and Mr. Galante, probably not a lot of public comment, who knows?
Okay.
Then we'll close the hearing and then council will have the opportunity to deliberate once more if they heard anything new. But I would anticipate we deliberate beforehand so we flush out any issues and have a general idea of where council would want to go. And then one last bite at the apple on the 14th and then vote. Of course, that's council's prerogative, but that's the process I'm going to suggest.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I had the dates right. The dates.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Anything? Okay, great. So,
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have a question.
sure.
Okay, if we deliberate as a legislative body, then, I mean, in accordance with.
You're
we would
allowed
have
to
do that in
deliberate
public.
privately as a legislative body. It's like the zoning hearing board. You're sitting like a zoning hearing board right now.
Oh, okay, so the sunshine law, the quorum thing, that doesn't apply.
You can
in this-
deliberate privately as this body. You have to vote publicly. But you can
Okay.
deliberate privately, you can review the briefs and ask me questions. And then, but you have to vote publicly on Mr. Buckler's request here, application. Unless Mr. Ewald or Buckler have a different view of how that works.
So
I agree.
the deliberations could take place in an executive session.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, just for clarification. Okay.
All right.
Great. Well, thank you to everyone who was here for the hearing on 359 Owen Road. Thank you very much for being a part of our meeting and the hearing. We, at this point in time, get to move back into our council meeting. We have actually 4 sections to continue. We actually,
Mr. Corcoran can go.
Yes.
And Mr. Ewald and Mr. Buckler, unless they want to hear there are 4 other sections.
Yes.
Past my bedtime, past my bedtime.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Not a problem. Thank you.
So,
Thank you for
Councilman,
coming.
Thanks. No problem.
pointed
Thanks.
out that we forgot to add solicitor's report to the agenda. So at this point in time, I'd like to add solicitor's report in. Would our solicitors like to report on anything at this time?
To be honest with you, the hour is late. If there are any questions from council on anything we're working on, obviously we were involved in a lot of matters to include codification, this hearing. If there are any questions, I'll take them. But if not, I have no further report other than kind of what we're working on. Oh, Mr. Wagner.
Go ahead, Councilman Wagner.
Thank you. I wondered if you could give us a report on the current state of negotiations with the police department over their contract.
I have no report on that. That would be Labor Council. I would suggest perhaps what we can do is the CAO at our next executive session could arrange for Labor Council to be present and give council a briefing on where we're at. But I don't have any personal knowledge.
Well, I'm just concerned about it because it's come to my attention that we've made a proposal to the police on behalf of the township, although this council surely didn't approve it, which among other things would curtail or eliminate their right to be paid overtime. And I'd like to know whether that's true or false, because I sure hope it's false, but I'd like a confirmation from somebody about it. So when you asked if we had any questions, that's what prompted me to ask.
Sure. I don't personally have any knowledge. Just believe the mayor's comment.
I'll just say this on Councilman Wagner. I'm surprised. I'm gonna say this is like the 4th accusation you've hurled at the administration about eliminating the K-9 unit, eliminating the SWAT unit. The goats cost $22,000, and now we're not allowing overtime. We can't operate on whispers and innuendo. This is crazy.
Which
I
is
mean,
exactly why I just
I'm
asked.
very happy to answer any questions that you have. And I
Excellent.
think
Well, please
as
answer.
our solicitor pointed out, these kind of questions should be asked in executive session. These have to do with personnel. I'm really surprised because you've never asked these questions before. I've served with you on council for 6 years, and you were head of the finance committee.
Right,
And
and we never did anything.
really, I'm very surprised, and I don't know what you're doing really. And
asking a question.
Or you didn't ask these questions before in a public meeting, but now you're just hurling rumors. Like I don't know what you're doing.
I'm asking a question now for the fourth.
No, you're asking about a rumor that you heard. I can make up questions too.
Is there any truth to this or not? If there's not, just deny it. Tell us it's not true, and we'll be good. Can I have an answer?
Actually, I think at this point in time, it's the reality is that your question has been already clarified that it's more appropriate for executive session. Our Labor Council is not here to answer the question. Therefore, it's one that we would have to wait for an executive session to get more clarification on.
Well,
So,
I want that. I want an answer now.
Well,
Point of order, isn't this a solicitor report?
Yes, thank you.
Here
Point
we
of
go.
order.
Here we go. A point of order to shut me up. That's great. Answer my question, please.
No, trust me. Councilman Wagner, we love hearing
It's
your
simply a question. Just answer it.
Point of order has been called. The question has been asked.
Oh, good job.
As far
That's
as
great.
it's not appropriate at this point.
Again, defund the police again and do it under a point of order. That's
Councilman Wagner, you're out of order. Out of order.
You think you're gonna fool the whole township?
Order. Okay. Any questions specifically for solicitors Kilkenny that do not involve labor unions that are not within his spectrum of coverage?
Good God.
Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to old business. Does anyone from council have any old business to bring forward? I'm seeing none. Does anyone from council have new business to bring forward? Councilman Siddiq and then Councilman Wagner. So Councilman Siddiq.
Yeah, this Friday, we are setting up some table outside the mosque, 69th Street and Walnut, to make awareness to the people for the census 2020. It's the last shot. We have only 1 week. I get some supplies. If anybody have any supplies regarding the census, so you can give it to me or bring to here. We're starting from 12 o'clock, 12 to 2, 69th Street and Walnut Street corner. This Friday.
This Friday.
Friday 18th.
And you're going to be giving out stuff to residents
Yes.
to empower them to do to fill out the census?
Yes.
Okay.
If
So-
any council or mayor, anybody have time, please stop by.
Great. Thank you.
That's
You
all
bet.
I have. That's all I have new business.
Okay, so then so Councilman Wagner, and I also see Councilwoman Phillips. So Councilman Wagner, new business.
Thank you. Clearly new business, since this council hasn't been asked to consider it or vote on it at all before. Have we or have we not made a proposal to the police department to deny the police officers the right to collect overtime pay?
Go ahead, Mayor.
Again, this is another outrageous statement that you're just flinging out there.
Another
know of
way
any
to
of that.
dodge the question. That's great. Put to the taxpayers.
No, that never happened, and you're making it up. Like
Oh, so you've denied it. Now it hasn't happened. Okay, there's the answer. It has not happened. I'm glad that hasn't happened because I sure wouldn't want to see that happen. I'm sure nobody else would either. We need our police. We need to support our police. So it's been denied. It's been publicly denied. That's great.
Okay.
Councilwoman Phillips and then Councilman Tunis.
So, so everybody knows that this is a important time to get out the vote. So, a few people on the school board and we're going to do some pop-up get out the vote. We're finalizing it tomorrow, so I will let you know, but just putting it out there. It's going to be a pop-up, but I will let everyone know tomorrow where it's going to be. But
just to verify, it's a nonpartisan, it's just generally empowering everyone to come out to vote.
Yes, yes. So I will give you the place tomorrow. We're going to finalize it tomorrow.
Okay, great. Send it to me and I'll get it out to council.
Yep.
Great. Councilman Tunis?
Yeah, I just wanted to encourage council members to attend some of the share food programs that the administration has been doing, especially the one at the municipal building. A lot of the workers from the township have been helping us out. They do a great job, and they never get highlighted. But it would really help to see a lot more council members there. I see the similar faces. There are council members all through the township that have never attended these events. There are council members that through the township that haven't attended any event that I've been to. So what I'm trying to say beyond that is when we're doing these events, it's as a council, like the Share Food Program, the Community Day of Healing. These are things that serve everyone in the township. It's not a partisan event. So I think I'm going to publicly encourage council members to attend these events, because it's been quite disappointing when I meet someone from one district and they're like, "Oh, you're from the 7th. Can you introduce me to my council member?" And they're not present. And I know it's a part-time job, and we all have schedules, but I don't believe there's been one event where the entire council has been present.
Okay. Actually, I haven't actually made it to the township building I've been going to the 69th Street one, so I will make it a point to go to the township building on Saturday. So I can, because you're right, I haven't been to the township building for the food share, so I will do that. Councilman Gwynn?
I was going to say, don't forget about the shredding event.
Yes, we have the shredding event. We have Saturday's very busy. Very busy. You got a shredding event with computers and phones and tablets and so forth. And then you've got cleanup, and that's 9 o'clock. Cleanup at 10 o'clock. Food distribution at 11:30 at the township building. Food distribution at 69th Street recreation area at 12:30. So tons of activities for elected and appointed officials to take part in, plenty of exercise, and then go to also 10 o'clock, right, Nailers Run cleanup. So, granted, we're not all going to be able to make it to everything, but if we disperse and have representation at each of the events, that would be really excellent. So, Councilwoman Billups.
Thank you, Council President Wentz. I just want to make one quick comment. I just want to thank Allison Dobbins for for everything, for putting this Zoom together and for reading the public comments. She doesn't have to do it because she's not a part of council, but I appreciate, I'm sure we all do, but I just want to give her a shout out for everything that she does. So Allison Dobbins, I know your face is not there, but we appreciate you. And I also want to thank Alexis for everything that she does also, because we could not do this job without the two of you. So thank you, Allison, and thank you, Alexis. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Great. Yes, agreed. Okay, any other new business? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Sadiq. Always coming in at the last minute.
No, it's not a new business. Just regarding the Hafiz was talking about the township building thing. In 69th Street Playground, Wednesday and Saturday, we have a lot of people. So I was asking some volunteer can go in township building for distribution. It'll be nice. because we have surplus people in 69th Street. We are standing over there basically, like around 7-8 people every day volunteer. So we can split some of the people goes to Township building for distribution. That's all.
Okay,
And,
yep, point.
and I was merely using that event as an example for events that I think that we should be like more visible in. But because that's an issue that was earlier with the municipal building. We're still in COVID-19, so we can't have like 13 people there. But I would just encourage people to get out.
Thank you. Solicitor Kilkenny?
Yes, Council President Wentz. Just wanted to comment on one thing because the mayor asked me. I just wanted to be clear. The Pennsylvania Sunshine Law allows a municipal body, Upper Darby Council, and the mayor to deliberate privately related to real estate, litigation, and personnel matters. The reason why they are allowed to do so in personnel matters is because during contract negotiations, it's thus that a negotiation. While Mr. Wagner could ask any question or query the mayor on things, it is typically customary that any contract negotiation I've been involved in has been discussed in executive session. So I just wanted to be clear about that. I know for Mr. Wagner come back on. I can understand that great minds may disagree on that, but every contract negotiation I've ever been involved in has actually been an executive session, and the mayor asked me to comment on it.
Thank you. Councilman Wagner? Go ahead.
Are you suggesting, Mr. Kilkenny, that there's something wrong with asking publicly about whether or not our township has made a given proposal to its police officers? Are you suggesting there's something wrong with that?
No, you're the elected official. I'm not an
Yes,
elected
I am.
official.
That's right.
That's what you can say. I can just say customarily what is provided for by law in an executive session. That's all.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so seeing no more new business,
I move we adjourn.
except for, you stop it. Give me a second to ask the question. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Yes. Motion.
Yes.
to adjourn.
Okay. Billups and Gwynn, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Say no, say your name.
Good night.
Okay, ayes
Good
have it.
night.
Good night, thank you.